as high. Months away from being a toxic chatter. Been 1 year. Thanks for the memories and keep making that money. Happy Friday, Hasan, sparkling heart. community people kiss. Almost 1 year, thanks Habibi for the entertainment and education. Happy Friday chat hassle. People chat hassle.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
Only thing I know about the song is I think it's really funny. What a fucking liar, dude.
12
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking...
What the fuck?
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
hassle.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming
6
to
months,
you
fuckers.
live from sunny California, Los Angeles. That was really cold earlier in the morning, but 81 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. And I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the NBs are having a fantastic one. Especially because beautiful day today, folks. It's a beautiful fucking day. It's Friday, October 15th, 2021, 11:23 a.m. And I'm just a tad bit, like a baby bit late, and I apologize, but I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. You look like a washed up rock star. Okay. There was a Nintendo Direct that came out this morning with Animal Crossing. I did not see it. I did not notice. I do not care. But it's fucking Friday, baby. That's right. Look like you're in to buy a Harley Davidson. Yeah. What if I am? Dude, I haven't stood up in front of this fucking screen in a while. And I just realized that there's some issues here, dude. Felix Friday? No.
Love you.
No. My guests are, you were late because you were stuck in the Matrix. Take your sunnies off, big dog. It's like light level 10 in your room. Actually, it's very dark in here because my electrical grid in my living room is fucked up. So like everything so lights often break in here. So 2 of the ceiling lights are broken right on top of me. So it's actually kind of dark. I just like wearing the glasses because these are like, fuck you glasses, right? These are fuck you glasses. So when I wear them,
One year poggers.
I gotta wear them when I'm playing music. You know what I mean? When the starting music starts, when the intro music kicks in, you know I gotta fucking do it to them, dude. You know I gotta fucking play that shit. Turn that shit up. Those are my turn that shit up. Ayo. Hey, yo, turn that shit up, Charles glasses. How's the house coming along? I see you hanging out there on the Insta story. Looks nice. House is coming along good. We're doing some AV stuff so that there's a line. There's some Cat 6 directly pulled into the fucking studio. We built doors on the studio. We built walls. I was hanging out with Austin last night. He's in Los Angeles. I didn't even know. And he hit me up. He's like, yo, turn that shit up, Charles. Do you want to go to fucking dinner? You want to go on a fucking fancy, expensive ass dinner that you don't have to pay for? And I was like, I mean, Austin. First of all, you're dead to me. Why did you not tell me that you were in Los Angeles? The fuck? Like, you know how rappers have to check in with certain gangs when they're touring? Like, if you're a streamer and you're in Los Angeles, you have to check in. Or I will G-check you. You know what I mean? Like, that's right. You have to.
Let's go.
That's just how it works. Anyway, regardless, that was the whitest shit you've said on air. I mean, yeah, that's the joke. The joke is that, like, I'm an incredibly Caucasian, incredibly Yakubian person. And I'm saying, like, you have to fucking check in with me when you arrive at Los Angeles. Of course. For me, it's like, it's cute, you know? I want everybody to let me know so we can hang out. And maybe that's what maybe that's the whole purpose of checking in when you go into a different city. Maybe that's literally the purpose. You know? Some of the gang members just want to hang out with the rappers and stuff, like cool ass rappers.
Poggers.
I'm trying to be like gas station margarine green killer with my fucking gas station Apex Legends in-game content Monster Energy beverage. That's right, I got 0 sugar, I got L-carnitine in my system, I got taurine. I'm a fucking boomer, baby. It's boomer sipping time. Today is the day of the supposed general strike
Hey Hasan, it's my 2 month and I'm an Italian. That's right.
as
Just like
well,
from The Sopranos. Can I get an A?
which is
or
fucking
no?
hilarious. But honestly, most importantly,
3 months.
it's that day of the
Thanks
week
for everything you do. Love
that
from Street Life
deserves
to hassle.
celebration. Why do I say that?
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then.
That's
It's
right,
Saturday,
Chad.
Sunday, what? It's Friday then.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys thought that I would fucking forget, dude? It's Friday. It's Friday, boys.
Let's go. What?
Friday and my fucking hair is officially out of control. I gotta get a goddamn haircut. Anyway, I'm gonna take the glasses off permanently now because I can't see without my actual glasses. Folks, it's Friday. There's a lot to celebrate. The weekend is here. If you fucking wage cuck 9 to 5 and you watch me from inside of the confines of your office, or hopefully if you're still working from home, you know, on the company time, considering that the boss makes $1 and you make a dime, and that's why you watch HasanAbi on the company time. Yeah, I have been listening to the Zach Fox album. What? Found a familiar face in the random article I watched this morning? Les traditions de Polytechnique Montréal. Oh, there it is. It is à Villeneuve. Les universités, c'est une tradition cette année dotée d'autres unifiantes. Le pratique permet de préserver l'ADN de la vie étudiante à travers les cohortes.
13 months and no splinter Discord yet, Pog.
Pour ces premiers registrés presque officiels. I don't even know what I'm saying. What the fuck, Hasan? Nice. You know so much French? His French is immaculate. Thank you. Oui, I do. I do speak a little bit of French. You know this. Okay. I do speak a little bit of, you know, the baguette language. A little bit of omelette du fromage, you know. Now you might be considering, what the fuck, dude? As a francophone, what the fuck? Why, was that bad? Was that a anti-Quebecois hate crime? What did I just committed? Every French person just became more Islamophobic? Bro, you can't. If you're a francophone or French in general, you cannot be more Islamophobic. It's like there's a limit to it. And every French person automatically starts off at the limit, and then throughout their life, through their lived experiences, only get to be less Islamophobic. You can't be more. You see what I'm saying? Like you've maxed out.
Has rant.
When a French person is born, they've already maxed out their racism points, okay? And part of being French is literally about respecking your racism points to other
Let's
shit.
Go 12 months sweep rim and himbies.
Evil Grimes be like, that's right, dude. New York City taxi drivers shut down the Brooklyn Bridge this morning. Breaking. We shut down the Brooklyn Bridge. This is day 27. We want justice. Talk to the union. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, shit. When a French person is no longer Islamophobic, they die. Yeah, it's their. Let me tell you something, okay? French people get their power from Islamophobia. You know how like white people, I say like in America, white people get their power from like their creative racism skills.
Now I changed to a bad chatter.
Same with French. It's just like Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Ooh, that too. You know, before I forget, I mean, how could I have forgotten?
Brain rot. I'm so much of a leftist.
French are also very anti-Semitic. I can't believe I forgot to mention that. They've maxed out Islamophobia, and then they like have incredibly high level anti-Semitism too.
Yet. A few months to go.
Jacques. Okay, these are all jokes. These are all jokes. I can't believe TikTokers managed to start labor strikes all around the country and press opposing. I will literally fucking headbutt people that link back the legitimate mass strikes happening all around the fucking country that have taken months of organizing and, you know, strike authorizations, funds getting put together. If you link that back to like some fucking grifter, like, it's actually a general strike because I'm doing TikTok dances, I will headbutt you through the internet, okay? In the video game, inside of a video game. That general strike bullshit is just bullshit, okay? Completely fucking unrelated to anything meaningful that is happening with respect to the labor momentum that we're seeing. Anyway, look, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, though, of course. I just washed my hair with the shampoo. That's why it's like really fucking gnarly today. It's going to be impossible to take care of this thing. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And you might have noticed I'm in a good mood. Because, you know, I know that chat notices when I'm in a good mood. So they're like, time to fuck that shit up. You know what I mean? They're like, that's a challenge right there. Can't wait. Thank you, Themasius, by the way, for the playlist. But I'm in a good mood because I worked out this morning. And I was doing bench presses today. Earlier this morning, I was training. Woke up at fucking like 6:30 as always after a long night at eating Wagyu beef again for free.
Almost at a year, baby. IT Friday.
Eating free Wagyu beef at fucking Nobu. My back pain has gotten a little bit better. Like, it's now just discomfort. In the mornings, it's moved beyond... My back pain has moved beyond, like, you know, crippling, debilitating, and never-ending pain to basically just, like, you know, annoyance in the morning. So, that's pretty good.
Hasan, my GF would sometimes think I have you playing too much out loud, but now she knows
it's the fucking beef, dude. It's the Wagyu beef that I've been having that cured me. New bed's working for you? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, but this is the most important part of the hump where I, like, you know, can start doing a little bit more hinge movements and whatnot. While I simultaneously, while I'm doing the hinge movements, I try to be as careful as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's... But I'm in a good mood overall because I put up 2 plates and it's the first time I've put up 2 plates on like a flat bench press in like years, I would say. And that's not a lot of weight, by the way. But when I was really young, 225 was like always my goal. Like, I can't wait to do one. And I used to fucking rep it pretty easily before COVID. And I mean, it's not a lot of weight for someone of my size. I'm 265 pounds, you know what I mean? So it's pretty much nothing. But, you know, I was able to fucking rep it easily 6 times in my superset where I was doing like some rear delt exercises too. So it wasn't bad. Like, I did it 3 times.
And currently getting it to 2
not great,
vibes, chat.
But that's my starting point basically. So
Yo,
bro, 5'7", 200 pounds here. I'll bench that 3 sets for 8. Yeah, of course. That's why I'm saying it's not like crazy good. It's not crazy good. No way you're 265 right now. How much do you think I weigh? currently.
Company timer, still at home.
You think I weigh less or do you think I weigh more? I'm 6'4" and the whitest motherfucker you've ever seen. Of course I'm 265 pounds. When I was
8 months.
at my skinniest, when I literally had a fucking six-pack at like 12 to 10% body fat, I was 225 pounds. I was 225 pounds when I had a literal fucking, like, I was skinny as fuck. What body fat percentage currently? I have no fucking clue. And I don't want to know if we're being real. It's fucking not great.
Stop appropriating my culture, Pogo.
Yeah, so better than me, 6 foot 200 pounds, and it's all my thighs and butt.
Hey, at Hasan,
So,
it's been 17 long months.
You looked so thin at
Happy to celebrate
225.
our anniversary
No, I
on
looked
the day
rail
before we
thin
went back
at 225.
overseas to
less
than 3.
I looked sick. Like, my mom was like, "Are you okay?" Like, my mom was fucking worried about my health and well-being. You know what I mean? Anyway, but that's why I'm in a good mood, because, you know, I worked out this morning and it was pretty good. And, you know, I can't wait to tackle the day. Yesterday, I wasn't really in a great mood. I felt sick. I was really tired. You know, I use up all my fucking mental energy. Thank you, Cash App, for the 69 gifted subs. Nice. But I use up all my fucking mental energy when I'm like, you know, doing podcasts and stuff. And then it's like kind of hard to stream after that, you know? For hours and hours and hours. Yeah, I do have a trainer. Yes, now I do. I never used to, but I do. HasanAbi belly reveal right now? Absolutely fucking not, dude. I will not be doing a hot tub stream or a shirtless stream or anything of that nature until I'm back down to like at least in the fucking 230s. So it's not happening anytime soon. Yeah, that's a sub goal. In my brain.
Ombat chest Tajan is live XQZL.
So you seem like such an extrovert on stream. I forget that you have limited mental energy like myself. I mean, I am an extrovert, but
hey, chat,
I do get fucking tired after doing like podcasts and stuff. Trying to be entertaining is like, it's still a fucking hard thing, you know? It's not that easy. Anyway,
9 months. Guess I'm obligated to start hating you now.
All right, I'm gonna blast off here. It's Friday and I'm live talking about TikTok fake general strike.
Hasan will not read this.
That is unrelated. Bill Clinton is in the hospital. And so much more. Also fun guests coming. Fun. Also will be
Amy Streamer
joined by
R.I.P. Thomas Sankara.
Spencer Ackerman.
"6 months. When do I lose my mind and just keep trying to troll you?"
To talk Afghanistan, NatSec, and 9/11. www.twitch.tv. I'm finally going to reveal to the world, okay, that I had no involvement in 9/11. I'm going to clear my fucking name, boys. once and for all. I'm gonna have Natsack reporter.
9 months hassle.
Okay, Natsack reporter Spencer Ackerman to come in and
Yeah.
I'm just having him on literally to clear my name, not because he's doing like a book tour for his new book that just came out called Rain. You know what I mean? Let's see. I'm looking at like okay buddy to see if there's like a good meme that I can fucking use. We'll do okay buddy later today too. There's so much. There's like
8 months.
I mean, I'm looking at okay buddy. I look at it every day. There's no like new posts for the most part. So I don't know what the fuck's up with that.
You love you, Hasan.
Wait, did I use this photo already? Let me see.
As
Downloads.
flex.
Oh, I got a good one today. I got a good photo today. Boom. This one will get people fired up.
Kona W.
The towers themselves couldn't convince me you weren't involved. What the fuck? Well, if the towers are talking to you, then, you know, you got some issues. What are my preferred pronouns? He, him.
Hassle.
I'm blasting this off, folks. Yeah, one man spam time. Go retweet it. Go take a look. Go like it, love it, live it, laugh, and love. Most watched English Twitch streamers in Q3 from July to September. Dude, I'm fucking washed now, boys. I used to be in the top. Like, it was like me and XQC. And now Asmongold and Trainwrecks is like fucking clapped my butt cheeks, dude. It's over. Asmongold doesn't even stream that much and he's still fucking clapping my ass cheeks, dude. It is what it is, you know? But yeah, you guys want to see the photo? This is from the OTV shoot that we did.
The sub baby is 1 month old and healthy. Keep it up, my guy. Is 14.
Someone said gender swapped Velma. Gender swapped Velma vibes. That's funny.
HasanAbi 9.23 LG dollar.
Beanie at night vibes. What do you mean, bro? You gotta fucking wear the beanie. It's cold as hell. About to drop the sickest album. To be honest, you have been mediocre streamer at best. Thanks, man. You know, I try my fucking best. Eating free, rich man moves, lol JK. No, it is literally rich man moves to eat free. The vibes? What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, Steve Zizou.
You can lift 225 pounds, but can you lift the working class out of poverty now? Pogo.
Anyway, most watching this week in Twitch streamers in Q3 2021, July to September. XQC, Asmongold, Trainwrecks, Hasan the Hun, Rothstein's, Shroud, Nick Merckx, Summit, 1G, and Lol Tyler, and then Buddha. My man.
Yo.
Aw, thank you, Reaver Wall. He says, first time catching you live. Whilst I see that we have a different perspective on things, I still think you're an awesome and entertaining. Hope to keep the convo open and look forward to see more of your content. Pog from Sweden. Taylor Romano with the 5 get the subs. Thank you, Taylor. Strikes donated $3. Is there somewhere comprehensive online?
Thanks for 10 months. Much love, Hasan.
I can check to see what industries are striking so I can support the strikers and make sure that I'm not accidentally supporting those industries. Labor notes, Jonah Furman's, you know,
My GF,
outlet
I love you,
that he
Hasan.
works for.
Thank you for
Pretty
the
good.
LGBTQ plus support. You're a hero. Less than 3.
We're going to be showing a lot of his stuff right now. So. Also, most watched female Twitch streamers. Most watched English-speaking Twitch female streamers in Q3 updated. Amaranth with 12.12 million. Kiade. How do you say it? Oh my fucking god. Hashtag 39Dav making it up to the top right there. Great. Oh, dude, this platform is over, dude. It's over. Done. I'm done.
Good morning, Hasan. Good morning, chat people. 12 months. Let's go.
How the fuck?
18 months. Haven't he lost my mind yet?
I love that. I'm so happy for her. I'm just kidding. It's fucking disgusting, okay?
2 months. Let's get it.
My queen. My queen. Makes sense. Dav is not nocturnal Mrs. Worldwide. What do you think about the Mormon church in Utah? Love it, dude. Big fan of soaking. Big fan of,
You gonna play a Metroid Dread gamer?
big fan of soaking. Big fan of Mormons. Horny Mormies specifically. Yeah, jump humping. I'm a fan of that too. I am lip hungry, folks. That's right.
Okay.
Anyway, all right, let's get fucking started. I already blasted off that I'm live and all that shit, so woo! Union workers are striking, folks. It is fucking Strike-tober. It is Strike-tober, folks. CBS Mornings covering the union workers in film and TV near their strike deadline on Monday. 68,000 IATSE workers in the private sector are going to be going on strike if the reasonable demands they've met, they've asked the Motion Pictures Association are not met.
Mass Effect. Get that, Ozzy.
Got laid last night, bro. Just had to rub it in. Oh, sick, dude. Nice. Weird flex, but okay, dude.
Sub baby.
Let's do it, folks. Let's watch.
Thousands of workers are on strike this morning across the U.S. That includes more than 10,000 employees at John Deere plants. Around.
Can we please address the strip club video? I talked about it briefly yesterday. I don't really give a fuck. Like, yeah, I have a friend. I have many friends who are sex workers, but one specifically who was stripping at the strip club. And one of you motherfuckers rolled in and was wearing my merch. She got so excited. She filmed it, sent it to me. And I was like, yo, this is awesome. I tweeted about it. And then I was like, yo, can I post this? Like, can I post a video? Ask them. Ask the other stripper that's in the, video. And also ask the guy, one of you guys. And she was like, yeah, they said yes. And so I posted about it. They all fucking loved it. He got really stoked to be posted. And then some people got fucking upset and they've been like telling me to kill myself. Like, there's a lot of fucking femcells, dude. It's wild. Like, I don't know if this is like a new vibe. I don't know if this is like an understandable pendulum swing against like the really weird extra shit on Tumblr. You know what I mean? Because like Tumblr does go fucking buck wild on like not only just like the gender stuff, but also definitely like sexual liberation shit. It's like it definitely goes to a creepy place. And I don't know if it's like the fucking pendulum swing against that or if it's like straight up fucking femcells. But I mean, the QRTs on my fucking tweet where I was like, sex work exclusionary radical feminists are really extra, but I get it. Y'all have that nofap energy. Basically most of it is like, you know, fucking die. I hope you die. You know, yeah, porn rotten brain moment. The state of leftist males, the wealthy socialist who's against capitalistic exploitation unless it gets his little dick hard. Embarrassing. Oh my God, shut the fuck up, please. I'm begging you, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Leftist men whose only feminism is liking porn. A leftist male is a hypocrite porn sick moid. Who would have thought? Fuck Hasan. Coomers are the worst people on this app, I swear to God. These leftist men, but like didn't even write men, love to enable and promote exploitation of women. Bro, my friend is literally in the fucking replies like defending herself. Literally being like, yo, I'm the fucking stripper. Like, what do you mean? And they're so fucking horny and deranged. Like, there's nothing leftist males love more than misogyny. Interesting how this individual thinks that women and girls are objects to fap over. A swerf, of course, is someone who believes that women and girls should not be trafficked for male consumption. I mean, there are a lot of fucking women in my fucking QRTs who are just like straight up like, you support human sex trafficking of minors? Like, yeah, totally, dude. That's what that means.
At HasanAbi, I've been at basic training for the past.
Your brain is so fried from porn that you lack critical thinking skills. Shut up, stupid moid. I don't know what moid is. Is that like a men? Like, is that the new term? Are they saying like I'm a derogatory word for man? Fucking moids are literally incapable of thinking of anything other than their dicks. Ew, she's dating a moid. She should take the flannel pill and date an actual human.
Friday,
dude,
folks.
when I see stuff like this, though, like when I see when I stare into the fucking abyss a little bit, and I see that, like,
hey,
you know, women are also capable of just like getting the fucking same kind of brain rot that other incel men have on the internet
you are an awesome entertainer
and operate this way. I'm like, yeah, no, like we're all gonna die eventually. We're all going to die eventually from, you know, climate change. And I really, it's just like, it can't come soon enough. It's like, it's puritanical rad libs from Left Book. After it imploded, I can smell them from a mile away. It's really fucking weird. The women thirsting over this guy in the comments really hate themselves, huh? Yeah. There's a lot of fucking commies who absolutely fucking hate sex work.
Is there somewhere comprehensive?
Swerve is an even more meaningless word than tangy because you're basically criticizing former sex workers who want to abolish the system.
And make sure I'm not accidentally
Are you saying women are stupid? No, I'm saying that, like, as a consequence of being marginalized, I oftentimes assume that, like, perhaps inappropriately, that, like, women are probably, especially, like, communist women are probably going to be more open-minded towards, like, not shitting on sex workers, but I'm wrong. They love hyping up like sex workers who have been brutalized, who are like ex-sex workers who are now like super expressly anti-sex work. They do the exact same shit that like fucking, you know, the psycho reactionaries do with like you know, ex-Muslims. You know, they just like plaster them everywhere, and they're like, oh dude, you're just like literally against. You're a literal male. Worry about that. You really think that swerve means being against sex and not being against an abusive and exploitative industry that's over 90% female? Cum brain? Yeah. They're definitely fucking rad femmes too, to the degree where it's like they completely just, I guess, refuse to acknowledge that there's like men in the industry, there's trans folk in the industry, there's a lot of like it's just all porn is just for like the desire of the white man, the cishet white man, to jerk off to.
Almost a year, Pogo.
As long as you got the consent of the people in the video, it's all good. It's sad to see the irony of those responders. Yeah, I was so fucking excited. I was so excited to, like, you know, hype this shit up. Why is Radfem Twitter so comfortable with literal blatant racism? I've seen multiple whack-ass browsers like someone straight up said, "Sand monkey, what the fuck is wrong with you?" And why do people like you find shit like that so easy to say when you're mad? You're a Turkish colonizer, have several seats. Pure degeneracy, porn addict moment, a porn sick man calling women swerves, no way. There's a lot of fucking Zoomers who are just like completely brain rotted. Did I miss 2-3 weeks ago when I didn't know? I missed 2-3 weeks ago when I didn't know who the fuck this boy was. It's like, dude, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. A man supporting an exploitative industry. What a surprise. There's a ton of Radlib Zoomers. Yeah, honestly, dude.
6 months of getting.
Let's be real, dude. Like, if you're a fucking Radlib Zoomer and you learned everything in 2020 from like an insulated community, that's not this one, because I think I do a pretty good job
3 months
of like you know, keeping it fair and balanced. But if you learned it on like TikTok or some shit, like a light sneeze when you go outside for the first time is gonna fucking end your life. So I really don't care. Like, you are incapable of nothing. You stay inside all day and you sit and rot in a fucking Discord server where you go further and further down that same fucking incel black hole that like everyone else has gone through. You know what I mean? Or you're capable of nothing. Sorry, not incapable of nothing. Sorry. So good luck. I mean, have fun.
Thanks for opening my eyes to socialism.
Yeah, I'm gonna still not only consume porn, but also simultaneously, you know, treat sex workers like human beings. It's very weird. It's a very weird fucking approach. Do you have wage earning friends? Of course, dude. What the fuck? Nah, dude. I don't know a single person who earns a wage. What kind of take is that, dude? My literal brother is a fucking wage cuck. People do the same shit as what Q did by making pastel infographics on IG of their more spiritual conspiracies because women gravitate towards it. As a sex worker, I hear the same misogynistic rhetoric as the hogs give, but reword it into something that seems empowering. Yeah. Bro, like, I don't understand. If you like fucking, okay, and people want to give you money to watch you do that,
I highly recommend playing Metroid
and
Dread.
you know, you're good at it and you enjoy your fucking work, like, that's awesome. You literally bragged about raping a likely trafficked Eastern European woman in a German brothel. Oh, they're just straight up lying, dude. That's cool. Oh yeah, the other thing is they just say like every time you consume sex work, you're automatically like you're raping someone. Like it's really fucking spicy language. And the reason why I think it's important to address that, and by the way, sorry for just fucking dropping the R word in there like that, but it really shows that you don't give a fuck about the women. You don't give a fuck about the victims, because you wouldn't like conflate rape with consensual sex work, and you wouldn't conflate sex work with sex trafficking in that regard in the same way that most like fucking psychopathic congresspersons do if you actually cared about sex workers and the women that are doing the sex work. Even though it's not just women. Every communist says that. Are you really surprised? I mean, there are a lot of people who fucking feel that way. Yes, there are a lot of people who feel that way. It's such a strange thing to see from like Zoomers and especially commies, but they're referencing this clip. Yeah, I went to the fucking Berlin Artemis like many years ago, and apparently they got busted by the German government, which I did not know. So they're saying that like this place in Berlin that got busted by the German government for sex trafficking. Like I went there, so I engaged in like raping or kidnapping or some shit. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. It's psychotic, dude. I love this idea they give off that only men jerk off to porn. I know plenty of women that watch porn. Yeah, I know. It's still open. They did not get shut down. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I didn't even know about this, by the way. Like, I found out about it literally that night when they were like, oh, that's what happened there. You fucking did that. It's also a self-report on their part to say the only way you can support sex work is by exploitation, cum-brain, instead of seeing sex workers as humans equally deserving of respect. It's just like a very fucking weird way. You're clearly the head of operations. You've been there? Yeah, dude, I operated. Why is the left like this, dude? My God. I mean, these aren't just leftists, dude. I don't think a leftist would call me a sand monkey. You know what I mean? Or maybe they would. I don't know.
Hi, Hasan.
So yeah, I saw someone making the argument. There was that fucking like, what's her face? There was like a hammer and sickle Twitter chick that was like fucking getting owned the other day for saying like, I have a Giga Chad boyfriend, like blah blah blah. Like she was just like tweeting like a little baby on the timeline, and everyone was like making fun of her. She was in my fucking replies too, being like, you know, all labor is coerced under capitalism, and therefore, if sex work is work, then sex work is coerced sex work under capitalism, and therefore it's coerced sex is rape. Like it's just like a fucking faulty logic chain that you would use in like you know, philosophy 101 basically, but they're using that as an argument or something.
As prime.
It doesn't really matter. She's on the Alex Rubinstein guy's podcast, the one who started it. Yeah. He's like he's written extensively on like anti-imperialism and shit like that, so I always just like suspect that they're normal people, and then you know, like I said, everyone's allowed to have like one fucking weird take. Most leftists where I'm from, Sweden, are ultra negative towards sex work, really strange and kind of unprogressive. What about gay porn? Is that okay? Can women watch gay porn? Because lots do, like a male, female scene. Dude, that, like, no, all porn is exclusively for the male gaze and the male desire. White, cisgender, heterosexual men
brain rot pogo
that get off on, you know, watching women be brutalized and degraded. That's like their understanding of what porn is.
Yes.
So
nothing pisses me off like people talking about sex work with no experience in the field.
yeah, and they can't even look. The point is, if you can't even fucking write men without putting an asterisk in it, you're a fucking pussy. And literally, like, I would say touch grass, but you're probably going to implode the moment that you step outside. So please don't do that. You stay in your fucking bubble. It's like people who refuse to type out MEN being like, this sand monkey deserves to die. Like, I hope you fucking become a male suicide victim. Like, all this shit. It's like, all right, dude. These people are insane. Yeah, there was a guy who's like a Marxist rapper or something. I don't know. He's a red rapper, Bolshevik beat maker. He likes to make posts that educate people and debunk imperialist lies. Content warning, sexually explicit content. Look at this racist grifter's degeneracy on full display. Men in the imperial core left are wild, yo. No type of self-reflection. The fact that he thought this would be a good idea to film and upload also says about the broader left in general. First of all, I didn't film it. I got consent before I uploaded it, but I should have asked for consent from like every fucking random... I should have gotten consent from the Bolshevik beat maker, red rapper. Anyway, I don't want you guys to like fucking go after these motherfuckers either. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't be a fucking dumbass. You're literally just giving them more ammo. Like this is more relevance that most of these fucking losers get. You know what I mean? Like, And I shouldn't have even shown it. And now that I did, but...
Pogo Arjan.
Do not interact with these motherfuckers, dude. They're crusty as hell. You will literally not be able to... Like, you will go down a fucking rabbit hole. And the reason why I oftentimes just refuse to acknowledge most of this shit on the left is because they're fucking powerless, okay? They're completely fucking powerless. They have no power. And I don't want to be one of those, like, fucking weirdo, like... You know, I'm actually a leftist, but like the left is really crazy type weirdo fucking neoliberal and neoliberal adjacent content creators that spends all their time fucking yelling about tankies and shit. Doesn't matter. You're a fucking loser. You have 14,000 followers and you make raps for Karl Marx, okay? Like, you have no power. You are completely irrelevant. And also, you know, there are broader issues that we agree on, so I don't give a shit. Bolshevik Beatmaker sounds like a Felix username. Yeah, I know. What is this? Dude, I don't want to see this. Okay, this hurts my soul when I see U.S. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar tells Anushka Astana why Margaret Thatcher is one of her role models. I don't want to see this. Don't show me this. It hurts my soul. All right, let's get back to the fucking things that actually matter, okay? Strikes. But before we get to that, it's top of the fucking hour. And at the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 60-second ad break. You no longer want to see those ads? Well, you can subscribe. You can subscribe for $5. You can also subscribe for free if you have a Twitch Prime. There's other stuff you can do as well. I don't know what those other things are. But here's the 1 minute ad break now.
1,400 Kellogg's employees have been on strike for nearly 2 weeks, and 24,000 Kaiser Permanente healthcare workers have authorized the strike. On Monday, film and TV production across the country could shut down in a work stoppage involving 60,000 crew members. They're demanding safer working conditions. Jonathan Vigliotti has more.
Currently, I work sometimes 80 hours a week.
You say 80 hours a week so casually.
Yeah.
Amy Thurlow is a writer's assistant in Hollywood, a job that makes just over state minimum wage. She's also a member of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, or IATSE, a union with around 60,000 of some of the most essential workers in entertainment, like camera operators and set designers, who could all strike on Monday.
We're talking about people who love their work.
IATSE President Matthew Loeb says his members are asking for better pay and quality of life, like a guarantee of 10 hours between shifts.
A person might go to work in the morning and not get a meal for 9 or 10 hours or a break during the day.
IATSE is not the only union taking action. More than 10,000 United Auto workers at John Deere plants are striking for the first time in 35 years, walking away from a contract that would have provided up to a 6% raise, which workers said was not enough, as company earnings are expected to hit record highs.
Really doing what we've needed to do, standing up for ourselves.
With more than 10 million open jobs across the U.S. and much of the country rebounding from the worst of COVID-19, a more assertive labor force.
You made this, chatter? Bonksmash says, I made this with More Perfect Union. I love More Perfect Union. They put out fucking fire. You know, FaZe has said some weird shit from time to time, but More Perfect Union is absolute. Like, their content is really, really good. We watch them all the time here. And they work with some really good journalists as well. So we'll look at this afterwards. But congratulations, chatter.
Shouldn't come as a surprise, says former Labor Secretary Robert Reich.
At the end of that crisis, workers begin to say, wait a minute, maybe I ought to be doing better. You have this huge surge in pent-up demand. At the same time, you've got a shortage of workers. And a lot of workers know that this is the time, if there's ever a time, to flex their muscles.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Jonathan Vigliotti in Los Angeles.
Now, all of the companies involved in these labor disputes say they are committed to reaching fair contracts for all parties.
And the workers are saying what we got so far is not fair.
Right about that.
That's right. Okay, so John Deere workers have already started the strike. It's going on to the second day, well, third day specifically. Now, yesterday we talked about what was going on with the John Deere strike. The John Deere factory decided to, or John Deere corporate decided to get some engineers on the assembly line. That's right, folks. They thought, you know, we got some salaried employees. Okay, we got some salaried employees. We got some homies at corporate. So, you know, they'll fucking take over. They'll take over the, they'll scab and take over the assembly line and, you know, work. Now, of course, they are, you know, the people like kind of have to do that. You know what I mean? They're not as protected as those who are in a union, right? Unfortunately, there is no laws in the books to like protect scabs from refusing to scab. You know what I mean? Especially if they already work at the fucking company. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I have anyone in my community that works at this at the fucking John Deere factory or anything like that, but it'd be pretty hilarious. So, can you explain what a scab is? Yes, a scab is someone who crossed the picket line when there's a work stoppage happening by a union to take on the job. Companies oftentimes will hire other outside employees to come in and be like, oh yeah, you're gonna do a work stoppage? Fuck you. We're gonna have someone else come in and take your place and work. It's like a temp job, basically. Now, of course, these are really, really, these are not easy fucking tools. You know what I mean? This is not like an easy tool to operate. Half these things are like technical. They're machinery, you know. And I've already talked about a salary worker from Jonah's tweets from yesterday. But the Deere strike breakers are currently 650 salary employees pulled from engineering and management positions across Deere. Note, I say strike breakers because I can guarantee that with our lack of skill and numbers, we will not be breaking the strike.
Moving into my first apartment.
To my knowledge, most of us will be allocated to the Milan Parts Center. Deere spent an enormous amount of time, money, and effort trying to get us all trained, but not many of us are really ready for this. Okay, so this is already a really gruesome and terrifying fucking thing to do on your first day of the job, especially without like someone who is technically proficient and has been doing it supervising you, right? So they're putting green ass motherfuckers who just got their certification, so it's not like a full-blown OSHA violation, that normally do management shit or normally do engineering to like try and operate heavy machinery. They are going to literally fuck their own assembly line. In the past, I think Jonah, when he was on the broadcast earlier this week, talked about how some scabs would pee in the fucking... What would they do? Did they pee in the cereal?
Hello, Hasan. Have this free Twitch Prime sub.
Something like that. In my position, I'm not looking forward to this. I think the wage employees deserve a lot more than they were offered, and I absolutely support them striking. I feel like I am betraying some of my values by crossing the picket line, but it has been all but said that not crossing the picket line means getting fired if you are salary. If, God forbid, this strike goes on long enough for the next build cycle of combines to start, which is going to happen in November 1st or November 15th, you can remember, it will be a horror show. All the skilled welder, machinists, and assemblers who normally make these $500,000 machines will be gone. So let's check in with the John Deere factory and let's see what's going on. Oh, wait, what is that? Incident date, 15th of October, 2021. Workstation area is 8R repair. Incident classification is a near miss. Injury or near miss type is a tractor collision. Incident description: tractor operator was pulling an 8R into the 8R repair bay, but didn't account for the front weights, making contact with the utility post and crushing the 2-gang electrical box and scuffing paint of the front weights.
11 months.
Direct cause: tractor operator did not account for the additional length of the front weights and the tractor as he turned into the repair bay, striking the utility post. Corrective actions: type of description of initial corrective actions here. Operator has been removed from the tractor driving responsibilities. Advise all tractor drivers to account for front weights when driving tractors. Paint tractor front weights. Repaired electrical box. Yup, that's right, folks.
Lol.
On the first full day of John Deere using non-union workers to attempt to replace the United Auto Workers members on the factory floor, they didn't make it until 8 a.m. without a 911 call. Now, I feel bad for the fucking dudes who are literally expendable in this circumstance, who are breaking the strike and they're forced to like work at the fucking assembly line.
Boy.
Oh.
0 days without incident. It's like you got like the big fucking. The fact that John Deere would rather spend a shitload in rapidly training salaried workers and deal with the losses in profit shows you how much money they actually have and could pay the workers a higher salary just fine. Oh, 1000%. That's how it always works. If strikes or if collective organizing wasn't such an incredibly powerful fucking tool that the worker has, if not the only tool that the worker has, then you wouldn't get immediate benefits with the threat of a fucking unionization effort. Like, companies will literally be like, oh, wait, what do you want? You want benefits? Here you go. You got it. You got everything. Just don't do a fucking union. Just don't do a union. You'll get everything. And they also spend millions of dollars in lawyers to break the strike and or to destroy unionization efforts in general.
Boys. Let's go. Happy to be here. Thanks, Hasan, and thanks, chat.
Unskilled labor, by the way. Yeah, I mean, dude. Benfish, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. No, we already showed that a scab, a union salary worker just crashed a tractor inside the plant. Internal sabotage can also be an effective strike method. Uncritical support for the tractor crashing guy. So, they've also laid off salaried workers, reorganized them into different job titles, and cut their pensions. And now they want to help the Deere break a strike. The mood is angry. So that's what's going on inside the fucking John Deere factory right now. And on the outside, there are, UAW members picketing. It's just not going to fucking work. Okay? This video explains scabs. I'm not going to play a fucking SpongeBob video right now, dude. I'm sorry. Come on. Let's get a little bit more serious. Long thread, but important. John Deere workers have reached out to me frustrated about the media repeating company talking points that workers make 60 to 70K a year. One who's been over there for a decade showed me what they made in 2020, under 40K. So let's talk about wages at John Deere. First of all, the pandemic caused layoffs for which workers were not paid by Deere. Layoffs, even in normal times, are not uncommon. Deere's 60K a year figure is based on working 2,200 hours. That's over 42 hours per week and 52 weeks in a year. But most Deere plants have layoffs that can run up to 3 months of the year, so many workers don't get those hours. In 2015, the last contract passed by under 200 votes because many workers were laid off, wanted the ratification bonus, but didn't know when they'd be working again.
Pogo 17 months.
The top base pay for most workers at Deere is about $20. When we talk about a $1 raise, people are referring to the 5% increase in the first year that Deere offered. But when Deere puts out wage figures about making the best pay better, in the fine print, they say it's an estimate based on CIPP 120%. That refers to the Continuous Improvement Pay Plan, which is team-based incentive pay, which means that you get paid extra according to how much your department produces based on quotas set by the company. I love that. It's just all, listen, it's all fucking, I don't understand why unions in the U.S. are so rare. Unions and strikes are in Germany and basic rights of the workers. Yeah.
SpongeBob PLS.
This is yet another way to like defeat a sense of camaraderie. Because, you're constantly fucking checking your own teammates. You're constantly checking the worker down the assembly line and making sure that like they're incentivized to like work as hard as possible. Like, come on, work harder. You're holding up the line based on quota set by the company. So if you hit 115% or more of your CIPP quota, money goes into a reserve fund that pays out quarterly. But if your plan is failing, under 115% of the quota, money comes out of the reserve fund. Many workers see pennies or nothing at all from their CIPP payments. Okay. But some workers see a good amount of CIPP pay, which means that the workforce is divided. You can be working in a plant and look across from you and your coworkers making twice as much as you because they're in a different department with a different CIPP quota. The kicker is that many workers don't know how much they're making specifically, as the company no longer provides pay stubs unless workers go in and print them out themselves. At least one local picketed over this in 2016, but Deere didn't budge. One local leader speculates there's a ton of wage theft at Deere, with people working out of title, making lower pay than they're contractually owed. But nobody knows because many people never see a pay stub. Don't miss the forest for the trees. These workers make about $20 an hour for a CEO that makes $7,000 an hour, building machines that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars for a company that's profiting close to $6 billion this year. Deere can afford it and the workers need it. During the pandemic, due to supply chain issues, by the way, departments were obviously unable to reach 150% of their quotas. In many cases, the company said, oh, well, you don't get your incentive pay. But an arbitrator ruled in favor of the company to the tune of millions of dollars because of weak contract language, which the new agreement did nothing to address. Parts have already been delayed for months for John Deere dealers before the strike. There's no way parts are getting out to dealers for a long time, and most farmers are in the thick of harvest season. Perfect storm for the perfect time. UAW has a ton of leverage. Oh, yeah.
With my favorite himbo.
But what about the risk the owners are taking? Yeah, the risk that the owner is taking in this situation is taking my cock. Okay? Fuck that, dude. Fuck you. What about the risk the owners are taking? What about the risk the fucking workers are taking, dumbass? What risk, dude?
11 months.
No, the CEO deserves like $7 gazillion a year, actually, because of the risk. Except the CEO is not even the fucking owner and is just a guy that like that's the other beautiful part about it, is that like most of these companies are no longer like the old school corporation or old school privately owned company that like was started in a fucking basement or whatever. It's literally like there's a board whose fiduciary and therefore legal responsibilities to improve the fucking profit margin for their shareholders, who are people who have never fucking even seen or don't even know what John Deere is, okay? Like, there are people out there that have ownership over John Deere and the fucking factory that don't even know what John Deere does. You understand that, right? Oh, man, the CEO. At least neoliberals are more honest about the importance of the CEO by talking about how competitive the wages must be to make sure the best CEO for the job is there. You know what I mean? Like, at least neoliberals are honest about that fucking brutality of that inequality itself. My God, dude. Yeah. And also the risk that the owners, let's say there is a fucking owner, right? Let's say that there's a owner. Okay. What is the risk of the owner? What? To become a worker, dude? Oh, shit. Fuck that. I would do anything in my power not to be a fucking worker again, because I know how I treat workers. Because my job is to treat them poorly. Yeah, a Canadian and an American. Wasn't an American economist too? Won a Nobel Prize this year, by the way, for his studies on the minimum wage and and results that showed that, among other things, increase in minimum wage does not necessarily lead to fewer jobs. Everything pushed for increase of minimum wage.
$8 months. Your channel helped me get through a divorce. Thanks for the content, brother at HasanAbi.
Okay. Where I'm from, you literally need to work for Walmart or McDonald's. McDonald's. You need to work for Walmart or McDonald's to not be unionized. Where I'm from. The risk of legal liability, mate? Oh, yeah, dude. I hate when fucking CEOs are at risk of legal liability, you know. Wait a minute. Hold on. The risk of legal liability. Well, there was actually a... One second. 1 second. Let's think about this for a second. Hold on. Let me just pull this up real quick. Earlier this year, the Fed signed an agreement that let Boeing executives off the hook. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Hold on. What about the liability, the legal liability that the CEO is taking on, right? Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I need to look at this Seattle Times article real quick. Earlier this year, the Fed signed an agreement that let Boeing executives off the hook for the 737 MAX catastrophes, which killed 346 people. The lead prosecutor, Aaron Neely Cox, then took a job with the firm that leads Boeing's criminal defense. That doesn't seem suspicious, dude. The prosecution agreement criticized for the way it let Boeing executives off the hook was filed by the then U.S. Attorney of the Northern District of Texas, Aaron Neely Cox. Cox then left the Department of Justice after the agreement and in June joined Kirkland & Ellis, Boeing's lead corporate criminal defense law firm. On Kirkland's website, she was welcomed to the firm as a partner by Mark Phillip, who had signed the DPA on behalf of Boeing. What? What? Boeing's former chief technical pilot on the 737 MAX indicted on fraud charges. Wait a minute. What about the executives, though? That's so crazy. Everybody assumes the risk when they join a corporation, okay? Even if you're a worker. The worker has infinitely more risk, though. But you don't really care about it because you're like, well, he's just a fucking pathetic loser worker. He's a fucking wage cuck. So if he loses his job, he can just go and like try to get another fucking job. Who cares? When the CEOs, well, those are important people. If they lose their jobs, well, then what are they going to do? It's like, dude, the CEO literally has a significantly better runway to take care of themselves and recover in a situation where they actually see the fucking consequences of their actions. You know what I mean? If they ever face any repercussions. And you see that, like, even in bankruptcy proceedings and whatnot, 2008 housing market crash, CEOs are getting golden fucking parachutes paid for by the taxpayers. When the people who got fucked over and killed themselves got nothing. Same guy, 10 years apart. I know a guy who lives in a 3-bedroom apartment in Manhattan with his wife and kid. Here's an estimate of their monthly expenses. What? 10 years apart? 10 weeks apart? 10 days apart? I know a guy who lives in a 3-bedroom apartment in Manhattan with his wife and kid. Here's an estimate for their monthly expenses. Oh, this was like insane. I love when people calculate shit like this. Like the monthly expenses. $46,000 a month this motherfucker spending, dude. $18K mortgage. $5,000 for food and entertainment. 24/7 nanny. And at first glance, this looks totally extravagant, but it's not actually. Yeah, sure. One could move farther out and pay less, but if you want to live in Manhattan with a kid and have 2 working parents, you kind of need a 3-bedroom and 24/7 help, right? Of course, one could get out of New York City too. So, what I find to be like rather strange here is that like nanny barely making a living at $18K a year. No, the nanny is caked up. Are you fucking kidding me? No, that's $18K a month, dude. That's actually a fucking well-paid nanny. I'm not pissed off about that. Are you kidding me, dude? That nanny is fucking stacked, dude. Are you kidding me? That's a stacked ass nanny. She's living with the richest fucking family, dude. Who's spending $5K a month on food? Vegans, motherfucker. That's who. Get wrecked, Bow Bow. Get fucked, Bow Bow. Yeah, dude, no shit. You have no money. You pay your nanny $200K, idiot. How are you spending $2K a month on travel and saying you have no time? I don't even know what is, like, I can't make up the expenses. Like, I don't know, but it is made up. In rural Texas, we posted a 14-hour part-time cash container unloading job. No one showed up. Now our team of 2 is unloading 35,000 pounds of brain flakes themselves. Wild at $14 isn't enough these days. Pictures are old for plush, but gives you an idea. So wild at $14 isn't enough these days. What are you doing, bro? You paying $18K in mortgages for the $14 an hour job, dude?
Hey, Hasan.
Imagine paying $18K mortgage for anything less than a $2.7 million house in West Hollywood. Shaking my head. First of all, I pay fucking like, you know, half that. So not half, a little bit more than half, but still. And I probably make a lot more than this fucking person, you know? I mean, I do. I make more than that person. 1.1 million in pre-tax income per year. Says $14 an hour while getting paid $90 an hour unloading for boxes.
Donate to my Black Cash App has weird.
Yeah, that nanny is fucking caked up. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a sussy ass nanny situation. I don't know what else is going on. I don't know what other services that they're asking of her, but good for her. I mean, $200K, love that. Nanny's making $22 an hour. How is that caked up? Dude, a 24/7 job isn't like literally 24/7. The fuck do you mean? I mean, he's just saying it's 24/7, but like it just means that the nanny is a live-in nanny, you know? Otherwise, that would be literally slavery. I don't know if you know that. Most likely free rent and free food. 24/7 nannies, probably an agency with different nannies at home, not one getting all the money. Doesn't have to pay room and board, travel provided by family, etc. Her salary doesn't include room and board plus meals. She's AFKing $22 a month, $22 an hour while she sleeps. Yeah, I would assume it's a. I don't know why we're doing this. I don't know how the fuck this pay scale or payout works. Okay, I don't want to talk about that. I'm bored. Okay. Yeah, all these people know. That's the funniest part. Yeah, this nanny probably isn't even real, dude. That seems like such a fake thing. Who the fuck would be like, yo, homie, here are all of my fucking expenses. Go tweet it out to everybody. Like, it's literally fake, dude. He fucking imagined that in his mind. And we're over here talking about, like, the fucking fake nanny that he wrote up. You know what I mean?
Workers are threatening to walk off the job as 10,000 John Deere workers are striking right now. Employees demanding higher wages and better benefits as workers band together around the country taking a stand. Our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran, is there at the picket line.
This morning, the more than 10,000 John Deere workers on strike stand united as they demand higher wages and better benefits. The United Auto Workers Union had vowed members would walk out if they could not settle on a contract. And now the pressure is on John Deere as the company that builds those iconic green tractors sees its first major strike in 3.5 decades.
Sounds like it's about sticking together in some ways.
Sticking together now and for the people that come after us.
Workers rejected a proposal of just over $30 an hour for a top production worker, rising to $31.84 after 5.
Yeah, I started this movement because I I posted really hard about it. I don't want people to take that seriously. I'm obviously fucking making a joke like that chatter is about the general strike that's happening right now. Like, it's a joke, guys. Like, that's not,
5 years, bargaining for wages they say they deserve.
They want to keep all the money in their pocket for their shareholders. The CEO continues to get massive raises, and it doesn't add up when
Are you looking for a nanny? What am I going to do, dude? I need to fuck and first have a child. And then I would need a nanny.
Comes to what
maybe.
They offered to us.
The workers' demands come as John Deere expects record profits of...
I am the nanny, motherfucker. I run a daycare. I'm the best paid nanny out there, too.
$5.9 billion this year.
We are seeing workers standing up and exercising their power collectively to fight back against corporations who aren't sharing that wealth that workers have helped create.
And unless concessions are made in Hollywood, there could be more economic fallout. The union representing 60,000 film and TV workers, from costume designers to audio technicians, warn its members are prepared to strike on Monday.
By the way, the reason why I always fucking bring up like labor billionaires and the difference between people who make money off of their wages, like actors, for example, even though they're like making a fuckload of money, they're still unionized. And part of the, part of the process is that they get to realize more of the fucking profits that they are creating for those. A great example of the solidarity there between a worker and a fucking business owner is every single actor is on board with the fucking IATSE strike. Why are they on board with it even though it halts production? Because they recognize that these people are getting fucked over, and the only people that are against it are studio heads and executives and people in management positions and managerial positions. So that's the solidarity that you see right in front of your fucking eyes between those who work for a living and get wages paid to them and make all of their money off of their wages, and those who make others work for them.
Anniversary to this stream. Thanks so
and
much
our Terry Moran actually joining us live for more now on this growing movement. We'll get to Hollywood in just a second, Terry, but the action is going full force behind you. I saw you hours ago early, and they were there through the night.
That's right, Kira. They've been here all night. They've set up strike schedules going forward. And right now, there's no sign of negotiations resuming in this strike here at John Deere. 10,000 workers at facilities across 3 states here. They are ready to go, and their spirits are pretty good. It is getting cold. It's going to rain here in a little bit, but that is the nature of being on the picket line. It is a commitment to step forward for themselves, for their families, and for this movement they feel in a way that puts themselves on the line. You can hear they're getting a lot of love, all day, into the night, people coming by, just honking, giving support. That means a lot to them. They've got a barrel with a fire to keep themselves a little bit warm on a chilly morning here in East Moline. But this is what it's about. This is what it's about here and in so many parts of the country. There really is this rising spirit of activism and confrontation and solidarity in American labor right now, and you're seeing it right here.
Well, I don't know how close any of them are to you. I see them behind you. Feel free to pull one in and talk to them live if you want. Meanwhile, tell me what have they said to you there on the ground? I mean, you've been talking to them since yesterday when you landed there in Illinois. What's standing out to you about how they're feeling and why they're doing this?
Well, what's standing out to me is the emotion of it. It is a hard decision to go on strike, right? There is a strike fund to support them. They're getting love from the community, but it's nowhere near the wages that you get in a full shift at John Deere. And so it is a tough decision, and sticking together is one of the things that makes it a little bit easier. But I do feel that this has been a long time coming, and you can hear it in what they've told us about working here, about the contract they signed a few years back and how it's time to change. It feels like years of frustration have built up and a dam is bursting. There's a sense of relief. There's a sense of pride. There's that sense of togetherness and solidarity. The emotions are very high. I will say that it has been hard to get them to talk because the UAW, their union, wants to keep their bargaining position and what they say right at the bargaining table. So they have been a little bit reluctant, but we were able to talk to a couple of people yesterday, and you heard from them. They feel justice is on their side. They feel it's time. They look at executives getting paid as they are. They look at the enormous profits this company is making. They're happy. They make those iconic green tractors and farm equipment. They just want what they think is a fair share.
Sure, and clearly a lot of love from those driving by and honking. There you go, right there, supporting these folks on the front lines. So, Terry, how do you think what's happening there in Illinois is impacting these other strikes across the country? You mentioned Hollywood and some 60,000 production workers threatening to strike as well. Is this all connected? Are they sort of inspiring each other at this time in the country?
I think that's definitely part of it, Kira. There is something, and we've seen it before. I'm old enough to remember previous periods of a high strike activity in America. There is something contagious that you see some people stepping forward and then other people. And frankly, what we're doing right now, you know, covering it properly, it's been a long time. The strikes almost disappeared from America. That also shows that you aren't alone when you do something, you know, as big and risky as this. But there are big economic forces at work here. It's a tight labor market, right? The workers know how valuable they really are. Companies like John Deere, after the pandemic, got orders from around the world for this, you know, first-class equipment that they build here from around the world. So demand is very high here, and for other companies, you match that with a tight labor market and with what's happening with
HasanAbi mainstream news are like, we are allies for covering the strike. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's low-key kind of fucking very cool. I mean, this is exactly what you need from mainstream media. You know what I mean? This is literally what, yeah, and they're offering good coverage to it. It's crazy.
With transport around the world, they can't shift production to other countries very efficiently right now. And so the workers really have some leverage for the first time in a very, very long time. And they also feel, I think, in this moment, there's something I think, remember the Bernie Sanders campaign and the Donald Trump campaign? Both of them had that populist energy that felt, you know, it's time to kind of rebalance the country a little bit, that some people had gotten a little too much of the pie. And I think there's that feeling as well. So it's a number of factors that contribute to what is really the highest strike activity in this country since the mid-1980s. It is a new era in American labor for sure.
And we'll be on it and following it along there with you. Terry, thank you so much. Appreciate the conversation.
Now on the Texas abortion.
All right, let's get down to Texas. Yes, we already talked about how, like, the non-union strike breakers are fucking cooked. Oh, before we get down to Texas, sorry, let's talk about the Netflix and Amazon film crew exposing the conditions on set. One of the chatters actually made this, which is cool. For More Perfect Union, I'm a fan of this.
A promotion with The Rock, you know, last Friday for Netflix, for biggest movie that Netflix has ever done. And because of The Rock's schedule, we were like, oh, well, we're just going to work through lunch. We'll just work through lunch more and more and more. And that's the big thing. Like now, at this point, especially post-pandemic, we're working through lunch constantly.
Bro, imagine being like, yo, we need a fucking mandated, like, we need like a fucking designated lunch break, dude. Like, people are always like, why? Why do we need unions? It's like promotes fucking lazy behavior. It's like, dude, you know what people need? Lunch, motherfucker. Okay? Like, There would be no necessity for collective bargaining if people actually were like normal humans and capitalism hadn't fucking rotted their brains to the degree where it's like, no, the profit motive takes over and it's significantly more important than lunch breaks. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What if you're hungry, dog? What is that? That's a basic fucking necessity. Can you imagine? 68,000 motherfuckers have to get together and be like, we're no longer working. Why? Because they want lunch breaks. And then we look at the system because every part of this fucking system is so tilted and so aligned with the interests of capital. Bruh. And everyone thinks that they're like little fucking small business tyrants themselves or will be one day, that they literally are just like, actually, you know, I don't know, like, why do we need unions? It's like, bro, they literally need it so they can even get lunch, dude. Okay? That's how fucked up this shit is.
I did a show this year that was $12 million an episode for a company where the CEO just went to space. And we were working 16-hour days, and we were scheduled not to have any lunches for a 6-month show. That's the reality.
So there is something in Hollywood called the line. Below the line are all the people who are the technicians, your makeup artists, your costumers, your hair artists, your sound people, your camera people, your grips, your electric, your crafty, your catering. They're all below the line members. And that means that they get a significantly lower pay scale. That doesn't compare to, say, the above-the-line individuals who often start in the hundreds of dollars an hour or are salaried for millions of dollars for a project.
We've had multiple people get in car accidents, and some have died in car crashes on the way home from being overworked and not getting enough sleep because the turnaround times are so quick. That's more dangerous than when we're doing explosions on set or film.
Celebrities are totally the same as laborers. Yo, this take is so fucking stupid, dog. Listen, motherfucker. Actors on a set are also fucking unionized and also make money off of their labor, okay? It's just the reality. They make a lot more and they have better benefits and significantly more power, but that doesn't change that reality, okay? And some of them are fucking assholes. But they still are. They're like literally still.
Lunch, so no lunch for you has capital.
Making money off of their work, off of their labor. Also, not all actors are fucking The Rock, dude. Can you imagine comparing just like every Tom, Dick, and Harry on a set who appears in front of a fucking camera to the motherfucking Rock? Literally the wealthiest fucking most famous actor on the planet, dude. Jesus Christ.
Filming on top of buildings or filming underwater or on boats or doing helicopter stunts, you know. It's more dangerous that we don't ever break and that we have to drive home at the end of the day.
We take one break at 6 hours on the contracts that our unions negotiated long ago. They're trying not to actually have us break, because for them, if they don't break us for lunch, they pay a meal penalty. Those meal penalties have...
Oh, this is the beautiful part about this, and I can't believe I forgot to mention this. Meal penalties are such a fucking light, gentle little fucking tap on the wrist. It's not even a slap on the wrist. It's like, oh, no lunch here. We'll just pay off the meal penalty. Who gives a shit? And it's nothing.
Haven't been updated since the mid-'80s. So for them, it's pennies. They can make us work.
That's the problem with not having a government that actually fucking gives a single shred of a fuck about the working class, about the laborers, about the fucking wage cucks in this goddamn country. Okay? For the price of a fucking Starbucks Frappuccino per worker, you could just get them to keep working through lunch. Well, of course, that's not a punishment then, dude. If there's a rule in the books that has a financial penalty, and that financial penalty is not fucking steep enough, then that rule doesn't exist. Okay? It just doesn't. It's silly bitch shit, okay?
$10 11 hours straight and pay 4 to 5 meal penalties, but it doesn't affect them at the end of the day when it's Amazon, when the show has a $300 million budget.
So we'll work 16, 17 hours straight without breaking. You know, we work what's called a Friday, which is when you go into work at 2 p.m. on a Friday, and then you work until 6.
How long was the old contract in place for it to have a meal penalty from the 80s? No, the meal penalty rule is from the 80s, but the contract is from 2013, if I'm not mistaken.
My meal penalty working in post-production is less than a typical lunch would be.
Like, let me tell you something, folks. And whenever I talk about labor and then I bring the conversation back to immigration, people get a little sussy baka. Okay? But the same concept is demonstrated with our immigrant labor force all the fucking time. Migrant workers have no protections whatsoever by the law. Undocumented immigrants are a constantly refreshing pool of easily exploitable second-class citizens that aren't even considered citizens. That most of our agricultural production, most of the fucking farms, most of the fucking poultry production, meat production facilities rely on. Okay, without them, we just would not have anything. We wouldn't have no chickens. We would have no fucking avocados. Nothing. Right. So one thing that the government could do if they were truly interested in eradicating undocumented immigrants and making sure that there are no undocumented immigrants in this country, one thing that the government could do, technically, if they truly wanted to not create like a two-tier labor system like we currently have, and instead, if they really cared about the national security component or whatever, they would just punish businesses for hiring undocumented immigrants. But right now, they don't do that. The punishments for businesses is so fucking light that businesses make significantly higher from just wage theft. They make significantly higher by just continuously hiring undocumented workers and then fucking, instead of firing them, literally getting them deported. The Purdue chicken factory last year or 2 years ago had a massive fucking issue with sexual assault on the assembly line, horrific workplace conditions, and also unpaid wages, like back pay, that these workers were demanding. And they were undocumented immigrants that were working at the Purdue poultry factory. Guess what happened? The fucking owners called ICE on their own workforce and then immediately started rehiring. That's how expendable the undocumented workforce is in the eyes of our capital owners, in the eyes of our bosses. And if the government truly cared about workers, they would offer workplace protections in the law, and the penalties would be significantly higher for avoiding lunch. And the same goes for fucking, if the government truly cared about like not having any undocumented laborers or undocumented immigrants in this country, they would literally just fucking punish companies to a degree where it is less profitable for them to even hire undocumented workers. I know it's anecdotal, but you are not completely right about that. Businesses get fucked as well for hiring immigrants. No, they don't, dude. They don't. And what I mean by that is they make more by hiring undocumented workers and then paying a fucking penalty to the government when they literally call ICE on themselves. Then the penalties themselves. And what did I say in the beginning? If the penalty or the fine is something that does not impact your profit motive for violating that penalty, then it's not a real penalty. Do you not understand that? Apparently it happens all the time, but here it is in fucking Folsom, After a boss threatened to call ICE on us to stop us from organizing, Jackbox workers at 9550 Greenback Lane in Folsom, California have walked off the job on strike. We will not tolerate these fear tactics. We know our rights. We are exercising them. So do you think people should just call ICE on these workers before the owners for them to lose more profits? No, motherfucker. Because they can constantly fucking refresh that pool. What I think is we should make these undocumented workers become documented workers. Okay? Offer amnesty. Offer at least like provisional licenses or allow migrant workers to continue working legally in this country. Okay? And then allow them to fucking unionize alongside the documented labor force. Because the larger piece of that fucking pie is always going up to the tippy top, okay? And you have a system in which the undocumented workers and the documented workers are fighting amongst themselves for a fucking crumb. When in fact, if they united and recognized that they are both workers themselves, and that they should take more, they should realize more of the profits that they generate for their bosses, everyone would be better off overall.
Yo, I'm from Folsom at HasanAbi.
Okay? How do these business owners not get in trouble for knowingly hiring undocumented workers? Because our immigration, according to Aviva Chomsky, who has written extensively on this, Noam Chomsky's one of Noam Chomsky's daughters, but our labor law, or not our labor laws, but our immigration laws are specifically designed in this country to have a never-ending pool of exploitable second-class wage laborers, okay? That's the entire purpose of the way that we have designed our immigration laws, okay? That's it. There's no national security concern. There's nothing. These are people that aren't coming in here to be like, I'm going to do crimes in America. They're coming in here because they're like, my shit is fucked up back home. And I want a fucking better life for myself. And I'm willing to work in horrible conditions to be able to do that. You understand? The Squid Game strike subplot was 100% real and 100% as bad as they depicted it on the show. How will we keep our country secure from foreign threats with open borders? Just curious, is real Shrine Dog. Bro, the real fucking threat to this country is not like immigrant foreign threats, okay? The real threat is from within. The real threat is white supremacy. The real threat is your boss fucking taking all the profits and pocketing it and then paying it back into a system that continues your subjugation. That's the real fucking problem. But no, you're like, oh, what about this unknown thing? What about a threat that doesn't exist that I fucking totally made up in my mind or have been told is the real threat over and over again in the media? E-Verify is only mandatory for federal contractors. Some states also require it. But as far as I know, the only penalty that has any teeth is that it bars employers who violate it from getting state government contracts. And that penalty obviously doesn't apply to businesses that do no government contracting. Yeah. It says, spoiler alert, can you not show us this article? Oh my God, you fucking little baby-brained bitch, dude. Here, I fucking turned it off. We're not going to read the article because Chatter doesn't want to fucking see spoilers, okay? Then don't fucking read it, dumbass.
WTF 9 months. Yeah, baby.
Anyway, New York taxi workers are shutting down the Brooklyn Bridge. This is day 27. We want justice. Talk to the union.
It's been a whole year. Chat, remember me when the brain rot sets in, hassle.
Anyway. AOC and Chomsky talked for an hour. Episode on 1031 on PBS. Oh shit, that is sick. Dude, he's so fucking old now. It's crazy. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. Let's go back to Tucker Carlson mocks Pete Buttigieg for taking paternity leave. Oh Jesus! All right, let's finish this. Let's finish this video really quickly.
7 a.m. on a Saturday morning.
And I'm usually the first and last to work. And it's happened where I just, without telling anybody, I fell asleep on the fitting room couch.
You have people like your camera operators, or boom operators, or script coordinators, who they have to be stuck in the room while you're filming. So they would actually never get a chance to walk away to eat their food or drink water, or have a bathroom break. And those are things that we just can't stand for.
The contracts originally were made back in 2013, so they're like outdated at a time when streaming services weren't as profitable as they are now. So like, I mean, when they did the contracts, Neflix was still fucking mailing DVDs, you know what I mean? So they like had no idea it was going to get to this point. And the ultimate contracts that they fucking did also said like, you know, these are going to be renegotiated once the you know, the companies are profitable. But of course, if you're a capital owner, you're going to always be like, we're just kidding. We're not actually profitable. Like, why the fuck would we do that? Come on. Don't be crazy. Don't be silly now. Don't be a silly Billy now. Fuck it, dude. Why would we? I mean, come on. Just don't ask for more. Come on. Why are you doing this? Anyway, you know, just like the contract I negotiated with Amazon to run a top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour. But fear not, there are ways you can avoid said ads. Like, for example, you can subscribe for $5 if you have that, or you can subscribe for free if you have a Twitch Prime. If you have like an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. There's other ways as well. I don't know how else, but you know, those are the two main ways that I can think of off the top of my head. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. I gotta pee.
When the streaming services first decided to start making their own content, Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, they were considered new on the scene. So they fought for a contract where they would have to spend less money on crew in order to have a new media production. At this point, all of those companies are the biggest players in the game. They are the biggest studios. They have plenty of money to be able to spend on budgets that are massive enough to afford whatever they want.
We see the big companies producing big budget projects, and we know that they're popular, they're selling, and people are watching it, but our crew who's working on those projects are getting paid like $5 to nearly $10 less an hour, just because it's new media. Once we shut down, very skilled, talented workers are going to exit the workforce, and you're not going to be able to make these shows.
I'm prepared to strike because in the years I've been out here, I've only seen the conditions on set grow worse.
In the past, I've worked on a lot of superhero movies.
Don't even see
and
ads.
what I would like to tell everybody
#ad
about these
But our
superhero
fat streamer
movies
needs
is
money to afford the
everyone
house.
behind the camera are often the real superheroes.
We're ready to strike to fight for a safer working condition and fair wage and just the longevity of our careers. We love what we do and we want to keep doing it but not hurt ourselves and have to exit the workforce early because of it.
Having a big gay identity crisis and I'm reaching out for genuine help. Dude, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, dude. Okay? Ridiculous. Like, is fucking, what do you mean? In front of 30,000 people? Like, are you nuts, dude? Just be gay, do crimes, okay?
But still, the White House does not seem concerned. Pete Buttigieg has been on leave from his job since August after adopting a child. Paternity leave, they call it, trying to figure out how to breastfeed. No word on how that went. But now he's back in office as the transportation.
Oh, God. I mean, I fucking hate Pete Buttigieg. You guys know this. But, like, he's trying to breastfeed. Wonder how that works. Get it? Because they're fucking gay, dude. Get it, dude? Get it? Because he's gay. What are you, fucking 12, dude? Like, are you... Who makes a... Who is so stupid.
Secretary, and he's deeply amused, he says, to see that dozens of container ships can't get into this country. But still, the White House does not seem...
Okay, to be fair, though, I've already said this, but, like, you know, I love that he's getting cooked right now, okay? Pete, I mean, just absolutely Joe Biden from the fucking grave, dude. Joe Biden from the motherfucking grave, just cooking Pete Buttigieg's, like, chances of ever running for higher office again by putting this, like, crisis gently on his fucking shoulders. The thing about paternity leave is that there isn't much for a dad to do when the baby's a newborn, especially if mom is breastfeeding. His main role is to take care of mom as she recovers. But of course, that doesn't apply to Buttigieg, so I'm not sure why he needs paternity leave at all. So true, dude. Since neither of them is breastfeeding, neither of them need paternity leave, so you can just leave some bowls of food and water out, different locations, so they don't go through them too quick, and hope the infants use the litter box. To be fair, I mean, no disrespect to Matt Walsh's children, but let's be fucking honest, like, Matt Walsh's children are probably fucking little gremlins, because Matt Walsh himself is, like, not a human, but a fucking demon. So... Bro, aren't these, like, tradcath weirdos, like, supposed to fucking care about the family organizing and, like, you know, the nuclear family is the core of American identity? How are you going to be a conservative, constantly want white people to repopulate, and then fucking lose your mind on paternity leave, dude? Well, I guess he's saying paternity leave is acceptable unless you're a homosexual. That's what he's saying. Because, you know, they're sinning. Also, by the way, pro-life, by the way. Okay, well, guess what, motherfucker? Pete Buttigieg and his husband have done more in the pro-life category than you. They adopted. They didn't have a child of their own. They literally adopted a child. So suck my dick. Fucking dumbass, dude. This shit is so fucking annoying, dude. Ah! It is such a clear-cut fucking example that they have no ideology whatsoever. They have no care for any of the things that they fucking talk about. Yeah, I'm mad. Not only am I mad, wait, actually, did they do surrogate stuff? I thought they adopted. But not only am I fucking mad because these guys are such fucking dickheads and so transparently just annoying and bad and full of hatred. But I'm also mad because they're making me defend Pete Buttigieg, and I hate doing that. I hate that. Why are you making me defend Pete Buttigieg? CIA Pete. You need to learn to love Pete, future of America. Just fucking the worst, dude. Anyway. It brings me no pleasure to report that former President Bill Clinton is fighting an infection in a California hospital.
News also
folks.
on former President Bill Clinton. He's in the hospital at UC Irvine near Los Angeles with a non-COVID related infection. His spokesman says the 75-year-old is on the mend and in good spirits. Our doctor, David Agus, has been in contact with Mr. Clinton's lead doctor and the former president's team, who gave him permission to discuss his case. Dr. Agus, what can you tell us about the former president's condition right now?
Well, former President Clinton flew on a plane to Southern California for a series of events and landed on Tuesday. At the first event, he started to feel lightheaded, nausea, vomiting, and was brought to a hospital. And at that hospital was found to have an infection in his blood. And they did a CAT scan, looked all over his body and even his brain. And the infection source was found to be the urine. The bacteria that grew out was called E. coli, and he was put on what we call a broad-spectrum antibiotics. So several antibiotics. Once they identified it as E. coli, they're down to one intravenous antibiotic. And today, we'll get the results of what are the sensitivities. That is what bacteria subset of E. coli it is. So hopefully he can go on an oral antibiotic, watch that overnight, and then go home on that oral antibiotic for several weeks of treatment for that infection in the blood and the bladder.
Bro, I 100% believe that Bill Clinton is just like, he's getting the fucking Joe Biden treatment. Like, they put him in a vat and then they, like, you know, they just wheel him out every now and then because, like, so what happened? Apparently it's a rare infection that is only caused by insect bites found on Epstein's Island. Shut up, dude. Bill Clinton looking 95 at the age of 75 is proof that adrenochrome can't be real. Bro, I think, like, maybe he took a vow of abstinence from, like, sucking the blood of infants or something after Epstein died. Or even before Epstein died, actually. In 2016, he looked like shit, dude. Like, he absolutely looked like shit, dude. Urosepsis from pyelonephritis? What? You got a UTI. My man just needs some cranberry juice. He'll be all right. Are you worried about the societal implications it's going to have? Dude, Bill Clinton, you guys remember when he was at, like, the fucking DNC, like, primary victory party or whatever? And there was, like, balloons. Dude, he looks like dog shit, dude. Like, veganism has not saved this man, okay? If anything, Bill Clinton being the way he is, okay, looking the way he does at the age of 75, proves that, like, veganism can't save you if you've, like, done too many horrifyingly inhumane acts throughout your lifetime, like being best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and, you know, flying on his private jet, Lolita Express, numerous times. And my last job was fired because I was late too many times because I was taking care of my newborn while girlfriend was at work. Now they have to leave for fathers after I'm gone. Now they have to leave for fathers after I'm gone. There's no evidence he ever did stuff, though. Yeah, totally, dude. No, none whatsoever. Yeah, except for the fact that, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell was invited as a prominent guest to Chelsea Clinton's wedding. the Clinton Crime Foundation regularly worked with Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend / right-hand woman in the sex trafficking stuff. You know, no evidence whatsoever, dude. How the fuck do you, like, if you think Bill Clinton didn't, like, you know, do diddling and shit with Jeffrey Epstein, I don't know what to explain to you. Like, I don't know how I can make you believe anything, really. Unless you're literally, oh, Bill and his sock account. There's no evidence. There's absolutely no evidence that I did anything with my best friend, Jeffrey Epstein.
When is he likely to be released?
Well, I certainly hope that he can go on an oral antibiotic today and then go home over the weekend. He's doing dramatically better.
Has the Clinton Foundation really committed crimes? I mean, it depends. But also, I just like calling it the Clinton Crime Foundation. Because it's Hillary Clinton.
Back to his normal sense, joking with staff, and back to the former President Clinton that we all know and loved. And so tremendously happy that there was this recovery. And I think, you know, Hillary was there yesterday visiting him, and I think things are going much, much better. So hopefully over the weekend.
All right. Well, good to hear that he is in good spirits. Dr. Agus, thank you.
The chaos of unqualified scabs wrecking shit at, yeah, I already covered that. Didn't the foundation steal a fuck ton of money from the Haiti recovery effort and leave Haitians high and dry after the earthquake in 2014? Yes. If I was married to Hillary, I would rather be in the hospital having tests run on me too. I mean, I don't know, man. He actually can't get his adrenochrome. It's locked up in the ships off the harbor. Supply chain issues really affecting us all.
THX Ajahn Hassel.
Anyway, I bet Bill wish Hillary got locked up by Trump. Maybe. Okay. Back to Texas.
Law. It's the most restrictive in the country, and it's another step closer to the Supreme Court. A federal appeals court rejected the Biden administration's latest attempt to stop the law, which bans most abortions. Rachel.
So one of my family works at the firm that's defending Ghislaine Maxwell. Shut the fuck up.
Cool blimey.
Please. Don't shut the fuck up, actually. Hey. Just, you know, hit me up. Safe, secure, leak whatever you can. I will love you forever. Oh, that's awesome. Please.
Rachel Scott is tracking the case. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning. The Texas Attorney General calling this a big win for the state, but this is not the news the Biden administration wanted this morning. The Fifth Circuit, considered one of the most conservative appeals courts in the country, siding with the state of Texas, allowing the most restrictive abortion law in the nation to stand. This bans abortions as early as 6 weeks into a woman's pregnancy. That is before many women even know that they are pregnant. And the last several weeks have been whiplash in Texas.
Oh, I saw this. Dude, this is so stupid. Daniel Craig is like, he's kind of washed, dude. I'm sorry. He just like says really weird shit all the time now. And it's always like on the edge, you know what I mean? He's always really weirdly on the edge where he says like weird shit where he's like, you know, there shouldn't be a female James Bond. And then he follows that up by being like, because I mean, there should be a female character that was, you know, even better than James Bond, you know?
Pog.
Why so many edgy teens shitting on Texas? Omega lol? It's not edgy teens shitting on Texas, dude. It's humans with a fucking conscience. Texas is so... Like, Texas, despite all of its natural resources, is just, like, throwing out so much chaotic energy to be the worst state in America. It's like, you'll never be Alabama, motherfucker. You just won't. You can't. Okay?
What's her favorite flavor of
As this law makes its way through the courts, the next move is now on the Justice Department. But as you said, this does lay the groundwork for this challenge to reach the Supreme Court. And until a higher court weighs in, the reality for women in Texas is if they want an abortion, they'll likely have to travel out of state to get it, George.
Rachel Scott, thank you.
Well, hey there.
Okay. Let's hear it. Joe Rogan waxes lyrical about how nuanced Tucker Carlson is.
And this is one of 2 copies in the world, physical copies. This one's yours. The other one's Tucker's. Yes.
Nice. Oh, I don't know if that's good.
This is the anti-weed guy who like once wrote like 8 articles for the New York Times and has been running off of the fucking. That's him, right? The anti-weed guy who's also like a COVID conspiracist.
No, you guys are like completely different, but you're like the same in the most important way, which is like you don't buy into bullshit.
Well, we'll also talk to.
Bro, yeah, you guys are so similar, dude. You know, you just like don't buy the official narrative. It's like, dude, I love when motherfuckers are like, yo, I'm so skeptical. I'm so skeptical of official narratives. Bro, Tucker Carlson is doing the official narrative. He's just doing the other side of the official narrative.
To anybody. Tucker has a lot of left-wing people on, and he doesn't disparage
Yeah, a lot of left-wing people on, dude. He's always having left-wing people on, dude. Totally.
them or criticize them or mock them. You know, he had Brett Weinstein on, who's very progressive. He has Tulsi Gabbard on. He has people on. I mean, I think he's.
Tulsi did a quick trip to Africa for the CIA Gabbard, dude. Yeah, I love how left-wing Tulsi Gabbard is. The people that he's saying are left-wing are fucking Tulsi Gabbard and Brett Weinstein, dude.
It's unfairly labeled because people want to marginalize him and dismiss him immediately and call him a white separatist or a white supremacist or whatever word that makes you a part of a list of people that you can never associate with. They like to initially do that about him, but I think his discussions that he has on his show are some of the most nuanced in that he is willing to have conversations with anybody from all these different whatever people that have been, you know, in issues with college censorship where, you know, so-called progressive college students have censored professors from discussing certain topics or, you know,
Bro, this man is perpetually living in fucking 2014. We will never... Joe Rogan will never move beyond 2014. Society has moved beyond 2014. Joe Rogan is still there. College students are censoring professors. Like, what the fuck? What is this take, bro?
He'll talk about all kinds of things, and I think that's very important in this time that you have people like him.
Yes.
As much as he gets criticized, and as much as I get criticized, there's a very important thing that is happening when people are discussing uncomfortable issues, and we have to figure out what's right and what's wrong, and you don't get that by just buying into the official narrative.
Right. I mean, you guys are both suspicious of the official narrative, and it's funny, you know, Tucker Carlson is, you know, like, could there be a sort of like.
I love that, like, being suspicious of the official narrative is just saying stuff like, you know, immigrants are dirty. They're you know, coming here to ruin this country. And, and like, they all operate on this, like, secret notion that they want to fucking ruin, like, American white supremacy or some shit. Like, that's the... I love that is like going against the grain. Really subversive and new ideas like just racism repackaged in a more populist capacity. How the fuck is that like, how can you be the most popular network political commentator and motherfuckers are still like, dude, he's so fucking subversive, dude. He's going against the grain. It's like, no, he is the grain, dumbass. He's not like an independent commentator. He's not like on fucking Twitch. Okay? He is the mainstream. That energy has never changed. It's the same mentality as like Dan Crenshaw is more of a working class guy because he wears snakeskin cowboy boots and a fucking big belt buckle, even though his like father was a fucking massive oil engineer that you know, traveled internationally to all these areas that the CIA also had unique interests in with oil reserves. Weird. Anyway, but like AOC is not working class because she's fucking brown, even though she was literally a bartender. You know, she's not working class though because she's a bartender and she's brown and she's in New York. So Dan Crenshaw, son of like wealthy oil engineer who was born in fucking Scotland, is more working class and more of a real American than AOC. It's always just the aesthetics. And that's the same as Tucker Carlson. Like, Tucker Carlson speaks for the working class, even though he's a fucking lacrosse dude who used to wear a fucking bow tie nonstop, and he's the recipient of the Swanson frozen food dynasty. But he speaks for the fucking working class. Why? Because he's just racist. That's it. But he says it in like in a way where, like, you know, it's not overtly. You need to at least understand some of the concepts, some of the values that he's espousing to recognize how racist it is.
Czech Republic got
whiter guy than Tucker, but
more than 90
at
years.
heart, he's a populist. I truly believe that. And, you know, I don't necessarily agree with him about everything, or, you know, but at heart, he's a populist, and at heart, you're a populist. And, you know,
Do you feel covering Joe's new clips are useful in any way? Honest question. He's just another voice on the right wing now. Even his audience started to see it. I love that you just said, is it useful to cover Joe Rogan? He's become just the right wing voice. And then followed that up by saying his audience is also starting to see it. Okay, so it is useful to cover Joe Rogan's clips. Why do you play CIA propaganda games, though? I don't know. Because, one, I get paid to play them sometimes. And two, I like playing video games. What is that, a fucking own, dude? Because they're fun? Yeah, I'm a capitalist pig dog, baby. Yara libertad. Also, 3, I do point out that it's fucking CIA prop. Like, what do you want? Why are you platforming Donald Trump? All right. Daniel Craig says he's been going to gay bars to avoid the aggressive dick swinging in hetero bars. I've been going to gay bars for as long as I can remember. One of the reasons because I don't get into fights in gay bars that often, which implies that he still gets into fights at gay bars, but not as often as he would if he's going to the fucking het bars. Yeah, bruv. Now, what I find to be rather strange about this article is the fact that why are you getting into fucking fights in any bars, Daniel Craig? Who the fuck is trying to fight you? You're like 70 years old, man. Like, who's like, oh, that... Oi, bruv, that's fucking Daniel Craig, yeah? It's James Bond. Fancy a toss-up, mate? I'll fucking fight yous. The actors, they starting to go to gay bars in his youth to stop getting beat up.
Smiley face. Smiley
There are
face.
lots of girls there for that exact same reason. People want to brag they beat up James Bond after a few drinks. Daniel Craig may play a macho man as James Bond in the 007 series, but he said he tries his best to avoid aggressive men off screen. Ugh. Dude, the older I get, I don't know what happened. I don't even know if there was ever a time when I would read an article like this and be like, this is interesting. But this is like such a PR piece, dude. Head stay out of gay bars challenge. It's only our only spaces. First of all, that's always funny when anyone says some dumb shit like that. Because have you met another gay person if you yourself are gay? There's nothing gay dudes love more than fucking having, like, literally having a shot potentially at, like, a straight dude who's not uncomfortable around gay guys to a degree where he's, like, going to a gay bar. Okay? Hey, like, is this the first time? Did you recognize that you're gay, like, yesterday or something? Are you fucking kidding me? That's absolute bullshit, lol. Shut the fuck up, dude. Okay? I live in West Hollywood. I live in West fucking Hollywood, dude. This is the mecca of homosexuality. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not talking about lesbian bars, okay? Lesbian bars, no guys allowed. 100%. Don't go to a lesbian bar. You might get your ass beat. Gay bars, on the other hand, oh, fucking, just, dude, 1000%. Lusting after straight men is so 90s. Yeah, totally. No. Yeah. None of the gays I know ever do that. That's crazy. You're talking about white gays? Maybe. So annoying when straight dudes pretend to get gay culture. I've already said this before. I'm gayer than the Midwestern gay. As a straight dude. I'll say it. I'll say it with my fucking chest, dude. To be fair, though, I think that a lot of the gay bars that are oriented towards the hets are kind of whack overall. Like, it's the Abbey, you know what I mean? It's like a fucking tourist spot at this point. It's just, but it's still funny whenever. Wait, hold on, let me just look here. Hold on. Did you just use a slur? What? No, I did not. I was reading something. Sorry. I was trying to figure out when I'm gonna have my guest on. Straight dudes saying that gay dudes want them. Wait, what? Gay bars are basically meat markets since you can go out and party anywhere, but you can only go out and comfortably hook up in a gay bar, right? Without the awkward shit. The Simpsons episode where Homer goes to a lesbian bar is one of my favorite jokes in the series. Chicago is still the Midwest, and we have Boys Town, which is sort of WeHo light. Not as big, obviously, but still a huge gay neighborhood.
Let's go.
You think you're gayer than me? Kiss a man right now. Show Shaft. We're all watching. Okay, I'm always joking when I talk about gay shit, okay? Obviously, I'm not gayer than a Midwestern gay. Okay, I can't take that from you. I'm sorry. Joe Rogan is that good friend you had fun time drinking and playing video games with him, but at 2 a.m. will drop some cringe right-wing talking point he got from Reddit, and even when you challenge him with the facts, he just responds, I don't know, bro. I've never met a queer person was like 100% okay with straight people just going to gay bars. Really? Okay, you have to remember though, I am getting older, so like the gays I know are also like older as well. You know what I mean? So maybe like the Zoomer gays are different. But like, I'll just say it like this. The gays I know are they're the type of people who are like, what the fuck is queer baiting? We love when, you know, we love when it happens. That type of older gay. I can't believe I'm saying that. Oh, God, I'm getting old.
About to start a Java FX program.
You know what I mean? I do not want cisheads in queer spaces. Well, I'm going to fucking go. I'm going to let you know. I've never met a gay person who had a problem with it. It's all anecdotal, and you have to read the room because it's different from bar to bar, night to night. Wine mom gays? No. I understand where he's coming from. I started going to LGBT-friendly bars because I felt I had a better time listening to better music. It's always chill. I'm almost 40. Like, the way I see it is like, if you're a fucking cishet and you're going to a gay bar, you probably aren't like fucking, you're probably an ally. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, no, like 99.9% of fucking bars are oriented towards straight people. So like, no one is like, yeah, I can't wait to go to a gay bar to be homophobic. Like, you know what I mean? You could do that in every bar, dude. Go to the gay bar to get ketamine and do whippets. That's what you go to the gay bar for. That doesn't mean the space for you. Man, shut the fuck up. I don't care, okay? I don't care about your point of view. I literally don't. Keep fucking gatekeeping. I don't care. That space isn't for you. And most people don't feel that way either. Just fucking step outside of your dumbass internet bubble for like 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, but where are the bars oriented towards ugly people like me?
Like, that motherfucker, it doesn't realize that it, like, they have to leave their house to go to a fucking gay bar, so that's not happening for them anyway. It's called poppers, not whippets, old man. Okay, shut up.
Baba is proud.
I mean, as any culture, it really depends on the people you hang out with. Just don't be weird, brother. Don't generalize gay people. I get you're joking, but never everyone here gets that. Yeah.
9 months. I'm about to act up as...
There is kind of an issue with straight people sexually harassing queer people in a lot of these bars, though, because they think we don't care. What? Yo, first of all, yeah, straight people can be weird, but like that is ridiculous. Like, the fuck do you mean? If anything, you as a straight person going to a gay bar are gonna have less people that you are like actually interested in hooking up with, considering that you know, you're a straight person going to a gay bar. You are the one who's going to be harassed more than anyone else. What the fuck are you talking about? Huge problem? I feel like you just made that up. Why are we having this conversation now? This is such a fucking stupid conversation. The infamous bachelorette party at any gay bars can be so cringe. I know what that chatter means. Yeah, I mean, that's different. But there's no bachelor parties at a fucking gay bar unless it's like for a gay wedding. Like, straight dudes are not having a bachelor party at the gay bar. If a straight person goes to a gay bar and sexually harasses people, then they are a bisexual. Neflix just fired the organizer for the trans employee walkout. The company suspects they leaked metrics about Dave Chapelle Special to the press. Neflix has fired the leader of the trans employee resource group who was organizing the upcoming October 20th walkout. The employee, who is black and currently pregnant, asked not to be named for fear of online harassment. They have been encouraging trans employees and allies to walk out of work and protest the Neflix handling of Dave Chappelle's Special The Closer. The employee declined to speak to The Verge for this story. All these white people are going around talking to the press and speaking publicly on Twitter, and the only person who gets fired is the black person who was quiet the entire time, says a former employee in an interview at The Verge. That's absurd. and just further shows that black trans people are the ones being targeted in this conversation. The employee was terminated on suspicion of leaking metrics to the press related to the Dave Chapelle Special. Those metrics about how much Netflix paid for the closer and how many people it reached subsequently ended up in a report on Bloomberg. I would love to see those numbers. While the employee had shared the metrics internally, they spoke out against the leaks to colleagues, worried they might hurt the walkout movement. The leaking of internal data is highly unusual at Netflix. While the company prides itself on transparency, employees are told that the culture can only thrive when Netflix data remains internal. Yeah, that's a big no-no. I wish they would, though. I wish they would fucking leak that shit. They paid him 20 mil? Dude, I fucking hate Bloomberg so much. Everything is paywalled on Bloomberg. Straight women's bachelorette parties are universally hated in the queer community. Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay, people are still talking about, we've moved on.
Happy 2 months, Papa Hasan.
We've moved on from fucking bachelorette parties at gay bars, okay? Yeah, I agree. I don't care. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I agree with you. It's probably annoying. In the piece, Bloomberg reported that Netflix spent $24.1 million on The Closer and $23.6 million on Chappelle's 2019 special. Those numbers were in comparison to the $3.9 million the streamer spent on Bo Burnham's Inside and $21.4 million on the hit show Squid Game. According to the internal documents reviewed by Bloomberg, Chappelle's Sticks and Stones special was measured as having an impact value of $19.4 million, which meant that the special cost more than the value Netflix determined it generated. Netflix has long prided itself on the culture of radical transparency, a concept that top executives Reed Hastings and Ted Sarandos have spoken about in the past. Yeah, you know, a culture of transparency, like when they transparently fucking took off a Saudi Arabia episode of the Hasan Minhaj show, which no longer is out there. I don't know why. I legitimately don't understand why they fucking stopped the Patriot Act. It was a great show. I loved it. Anyway, on October 8th, after The Closer was released on Netflix, Sarando sent out a note to a select group of employees arguing that the special did not cross the line when it came to hate or violence. Oh my God. One of the most popular stand-up comedians today, and we have a long-standing deal with them. As with our other talent, we work hard to support their creative freedom, even though when this means there will always be content on Netflix some people believe is harmful, like Cuties, 365 Days, 13 Reasons Why, or My Unorthodox Life. Dave Chappelle's a conservative now. He's not, but his takes on trans people are incredibly reactionary. And so many dumbasses who otherwise are well-intentioned, okay, who are otherwise well-intentioned are totally fucking jumping on, that whole what do you call it? The fucking I have a trans friend rhetoric. 13 Reasons Why raised the national average of teen suicide. Wait, really? Did that? Are you serious? Funny how most articles on Chappelle don't quote a special. Good thread. An important thing about the news piece and essays on Dave Chappelle's transphobic comedy, most of them don't quote it. They talk about him making jokes about trans people as if that's the issue, but they don't get specific. I think if they did, they'd change the conversation. Take the Variety piece that kicked off such a furor with the Netflix Ted Sarandos saying, content on screen doesn't translate to real world harm. That doesn't quote Dave Chappelle's content at all. It demurely mentions jokes about the trans community. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to fucking be like, to avoid it, right? To avoid like some of the most damaging aspects of it. But also at the same time, whenever you fucking take someone's bit and you remove it of the context, like when you write it on a piece of paper, for example, it's never going to be the same. And even when the news does quote Chappelle in the closer, they largely focus on his team turf and punching down on my people lines. They don't get into, say, riffs on how trans pussy is like fake meat hamburger. And it makes a big difference in terms of tone. To be fair, the trans pussy, I mean, I'm cis. So, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt here. But like his trans pussy is like Beyond Meat or Impossible Burger is like nowhere near as bad as like the rest of the fucking transphobic shit that he said. Throughout like, that's like a joke that a trans person would make, and it would be funny, is what I'm saying. That's like actually one that is like that's a joke that I feel like trans people would otherwise laugh at if it wasn't accompanied by like a litany of fucking just regular old and not even funny transphobia. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. It's funny if it's not sandwiched between another 30 minutes of transphobic jokes. Like, it's funny if he didn't say, I'm not saying trans women aren't women. He said it after saying, I'm not saying trans women aren't women.
BRB chat. It's spread time, peepo baba.
Like, him being like, I'm team turf. That's not, like, there's no joke there. It's so stupid. Or saying that, like, fucking, you know, trans women, according to J.K. Rowling and other turfs, trans women are, like, doing blackface. You know? Anyway, because when all the think pieces aren't specific about what he said, they're suggesting what he actually said doesn't matter, as if it's impossible to make non-offensive, non-transphobic jokes about trans people. You know any trans people, you know this isn't true. I mean, this is something I've said a million times over too. I mean, he just like did the fucking boomer shit. He's like, man, these trans people are sure weird, right? It's like you got a dude wearing a dress with a penis, lol. Like that's literally just, that's what your fucking granddaddy who watches Fox News says. You know what I mean? That's like some grandpa shit. Like, go to bed, grandpa. Past your bedtime. Just because you didn't laugh doesn't mean it's not funny. This is also true. But just because I didn't find it funny, or I found it like harmful and hurtful and also underwhelming overall and hacky, doesn't mean you have to fucking cry about it either. You can just be like, all right, well, that's just your take. You know? And also, you might find something funny that's still otherwise kind of shitty. You know? You might be a shitty person when it comes to trans people. You know? That's just, it is what it is. But that is the reality. And a lot of people are. But if the greatest comedian of our generation is doing Steven Crowder level humor on trans folks, then, you know, I'm going to be fucking incredibly disappointed as someone who looked up to Dave Chapelle and someone who is, you know, who found him, you know, profoundly influential. Good. Dave is fighting for the right for free speech without your livelihood being threatened, and we have to protect them from anyone speaking freely against them. Threatening their livelihood is a start. What is this, dude? Why did he do this? Jesus fucking Christ. Jabuki. Frank 8776 2828. Look at that PFP. Dave is fighting for the right to free speech without your livelihood being threatened. We have to protect him from anyone speaking freely against him by threatening their livelihoods.
Hog is in chat.
But then people repeat those jokes to be hurtful and harmful towards trans people while pushing out these stereotypes the community has fought so hard to fight. Well, there's so many different ways that like someone has. Why are you following him? It's Jabuki, dude. He changed his PFP. He's doing a bit. This is a bit on Twitter. Chapelle is a Nazi. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, yeah, dude, yeah, he's a Nazi. Okay, got it. No, he's a fucking boomer
Hey ho, 2 months.
who is transphobic, okay? And also, unfortunately, and this happens to a lot of comedians, like, he's just, you know, up his own ass. He's a Nazi sellout. Yeah, totally, dude. He's literally a fucking Nazi, dude. Yeah. This is just a fucking dumbass take. He's literally a black white supremacist. There's video proof. Dave Chapelle is a black white supremacist. Are you guys insane? Oh, that's a joke, right? That has to be. He's talking about fucking his famous bit, Clayton Bigsby, right? Like that's this person is joking. Okay. If anything, he hates white people. Like,
It's been a min on the live feed. I've missed you, Zaddy.
I feel like all these older comedians can't help but go full boomer. Somehow Bill Burr is the one who got more progressive over time. No, I've heard that like Bill Burr's new special fucking cries about cancel culture a little bit too. Like the one he's working on right now. He's not transphobic just because he makes jokes about trans people. What? Dude, I make jokes about trans people too. There's a difference though. And that is like, I'm not coming at it from the angle of like trans people are inherently weird and strange and not real like women or not real men. That's the difference. Coming at a marginalized community and making jokes about their marginalization or whatnot is entirely separate if you understand where they're coming from, rather than fucking literally being like, they're weird, right?
Thank you so much for giving trans people a real voice instead of the normal takes of.
He literally said he's Team Turf. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, what more do you want to know?
And put on a pedestal. We're just people lmao. Subbing to avoid the top of the hour ad break from my wife's boyfriend's Prime account.
Trans people are fine with jokes until trans people aren't real, but it's just a joke though. Yeah, like this not a fucking joke. This is just your. I think the most offensive part about that, even if you are a comedy lover who doesn't give a fuck about trans people, the most offensive part about that is that it's hack shit. That's what I'm saying, and you guys won't even let me fucking say that. Okay? It's literally old ass, boomer ass hack material. Like, that's crazy to me that some of you are so fucking brain diseased by like, oh, well, is this cancel culture? This might be cancel culture. I feel like this is cancel culture to the degree where you're like literally ready to defend someone selling you a mid-ass special by doing Steven Crowder bits about trans people. And you're ready to clap about it because like you've sided on a fucking team, you know?
1 year, baby Hassel. Keep up the great work.
Why do people like you push all this LGBT stuff? Can't you just quietly live in your $3 million mansion? I don't think you want us to get the torches and pitchforks. Wait, what? What is happening right now in my fucking... What are you saying you're like a, you know, Jews will not replace us type unite the right, like, alt-right guy? Is that what you're saying?
My himbo.
Pushing this LGBT stuff. Lol. Okay, dude, good one.
My girlfriend's husband stole my Twitch Prime, so I have to sub the normal way. If you're hearing this, Ricky,
I think
no
people
more
come in here and
Nintendo
troll you
Switch
for attention, just ignore them. Yeah. Because it's true, cancel culture is fucking insane right now, especially from the LGBT community.
1 year.
It's literally the only marginalized community that isn't allowed criticism. That's fucking literally not true. What the fuck? Bro, there are plenty of people who fucking yell at one another within that community non-fucking stop. That's so dumb. I can't tell if this is bait or not, dude. He's not transphobic. He's an offensive comedian, always has been. The LGBT community can't handle jokes and criticism, so we must cancel him now. There is no canceling. If anything, the person who literally wanted to fucking show Netflix that, like, you know, this special was not good, that person got actually fucking canceled. But you don't give a shit about cancel culture. Fucking idiot, dude. I can't even say Dave Chapelle sucks now, even though he got like two $20+ million stand-up specials on top of, like, you know, 4 others without people losing their fucking minds. Meanwhile, the person literally got fucking fired. That's real cancel culture. When you're a fucking worker, you can get fired easily. Comedians don't, so shut the fuck up.
My husband and boyfriend are fighting because my boyfriend used my husband's Prime sub to watch you. Hasan? Pogo.
God damn, dude. Yeah, they canceled him into a $24 million stand-up special. And then he's like, also, it's not hack shit. If he was, he wouldn't be he would be selling out arenas. Dude, Dave Chapelle is one of the fucking greatest comedians of our fucking generation. Of course he's gonna keep coasting off of his fucking brand recognition and sell out arenas regardless. Maybe if you said something funny once in a while, people would care what you have to say. Yeah, dude, you can only be funny to be like, you need to only be a fucking stand-up comedian to be like, well, this stand-up special was kind of mid. I'm a bigger Dave Chapelle fan than you, okay? Shut the fuck up. They got fired for trying to leak confidential internal financial documents. Can that pregnant trans sociopath? What? So you're saying MASH was transphobic and harmful too? What the fuck is MASH? That chatter is based. DC has always been intentionally offensive. That's his thing. It has been hack boomership. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it does not. It's like getting mad at Mad TV for being intentionally cringe. It's 100% weak takes, move on. It's 100% true though. 100% base chatter. They got fired for trying to leak confidential internal financial documents. Can that pregnant trans sociopath? What? I don't even know what the fuck MASH is, dude. Boomer ass motherfucker, dude. Yeah. I love being a leftist and being so fucking incredibly brain diseased by like wanting to defend Dave Chapelle and care so little about trans people overall that like I'm willing to take like Netflix propaganda hook, line, and sinker, dude. Really cool stuff. That's wonderful, dude. Yeah. The new Chapelle Special was pretty underwhelming, and he was coasting on his name. The transphobic criticism is valid, but I don't get why anyone is surprised at this point. He's like Joe Rogan. Like, what do you think he was going to say? He's been doing this shit for years. Stop expecting better for him and expect better from the top of the hour ad break. Oh, my fucking God. MOJD, not you. I don't expect ad baits from you, motherfucker. Yeah, LGBT community can't take criticism. Then the criticism is, I'm Team TERF and trans women are like doing blackface for women. Come on, dude. It's just criticism. I thought it was comedy, but I guess it's just criticism now. Also, you know, motherfuckers are like, oh man, the LGBT community is so fucking sensitive, so fucking sensitive. Meanwhile, I can't even say Dave Chappelle's material, his latest material is hacky as fuck without 100 motherfuckers jumping down my throat to try to like be like, oh, fuck you, dude. You have to laugh at this. Fuck yourself. That's so wild, dude. Like, that's a, do you not recognize that? I probably fucking consume more edgy shit than you do. I've been actually fucking canceled more times than you have. 100%. Like, give me a goddamn break, dude. Go buy another house, bro. Yeah, maybe I will, bitch. Grown-ass man painting his nails, hating on one of the goats of comedy. I'm sleep. Okay. You literally found your way into this fucking chat just to defend Dave Chappelle, dude. From the ruthless criticisms. I agree he's one of the goats of comedy. That's why I fucking expected him to be funnier and actually subversive and not just like running Fox News Greg Gutfeld talking points. Anyway, it is top of the fucking hour as Ammo JD baited me into recognizing. And at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. All right? And if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account. It's 2021 and motherfuckers are still worried about my painted nails, dude. Goat, by the way. What is this? Chappelle made the joke on his Netflix special 16 Stones, which was released recently. In the Chappelle Show, made a joke about trans people being born in the wrong body. He applied the experience to himself, saying it'd be funny if he was born as a Chinese person with his current body. For the rest of my life, I would have to run around making that face. Hello, everybody. I'm Chinese, he said in an accent. Yeah. Yeah, that was from the last one. Nah, dude, that's fucking, that's like actually really cutting edge comedy, dude. That's literally cutting edge comedy, dude. When you do the fucking eyes and teeth, it's cutting edge comedy for 1935. Like, it's cutting edge comedy for 3rd grade. It's really fucking oof. It's so sharp. It blows my mind, dude. All the trans people I personally know have strong and often visually self-deprecating sense of humor. It's his defense mechanism, probably a very necessary one. certainly a very helpful one for any marginalized group. No one's saying you can't make jokes about transes ever, but by downplaying the actual content of the special and focusing on Chappelle's history of being criticized on a couple of mild cherry-picked comments, usually the ones where he defends his rights to joke, these news pieces are sending the message that specifics don't matter. So, hey, if you're writing or tweeting or whatever about this, check the actual jokes he's making and include them. The people who keep saying, like, oh, well, you put Chappelle on a pedestal, like, what do you expect? Yeah, no shit, I did. I do. That's why. That's why, like, I wouldn't give a fuck. There's plenty of... Dude, I don't do Greg Gutfeld comedy specials on here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck when, like, some random ass comedian is being fucking transphobic. Who cares? Yeah, okay, he sucks. Whatever. But I do care when it's fucking Dave Chapelle because I expect better from a dude who can... from a dude who has done better and is otherwise good. All right.
They've created a pathological public. This is what the media and the Democrats have done. And Dr. Fauci and our public health establishment.
Let's get to an actually funny motherfucker, Ben Shabibo, okay? Like an actually funny person.
Created a pathological fear of a virus that should not be feared at this point by pretty much anybody other than people who are uniquely compromised, immunocompromised, or very, very elderly. There's no reason to spend enormous quantities of brain power worrying about COVID these days. Now that the vaccines are available, it's over, okay? If the vaccines are available and you choose to get a vaccine, you shouldn't be worried. If you choose not to get a vaccine, you're probably not getting vaccinated because you're not particularly worried. Okay, so we're done. But for certain segments of the population, the paranoia has set in, and the paranoia will not leave. And so you will get more mandates. You'll get more attempts to cram down, more attempts to control, even though you now have the government openly admitting you're not going to be able to eradicate this virus. So then what's the purpose? Really, what's the purpose of what you're doing at this point? Okay, the pathology is visible nearly everywhere. So
hold up. I totally fucking... Okay, it's now, I think. All right. I have a guest coming right now. And I'm going to call him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, my first guest of the day. Okay. His name is Spencer Ackerman at Attackerman on Twitter. And he's joining us right now. Hold on. I'm going to... Hey, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Spencer. Uh-oh. 1 second. Let me just like fix stuff. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, maybe not.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on here. There's always some issues, dude.
Hello?
We'll get to the Ben Shapiro stuff in a second, chat. Hold on 1 second. Where is my voice and video?
I can't see or hear you.
You can't hear me at all? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello? Hello, hello? Can you hear me? This is weird. Wait, I'm gonna call again. Okay, let me just like turn off my... 1 second. Hello, can you hear me? You can't hear me.
Hang on, let me see if I
think
let me put on headphones. Maybe for some reason.
Okay. Number 13 production. Shut the fuck up, chat. Shut up. Yeah, this is the fucking number 13 production in action, baby. Let's go. That's right. This is how it works.
Say something? No.
Hold on. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Okay, you put that in. Now I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I cannot hear you anymore. I can't hear you at all. I suspect you're saying, can you hear me? I think when you plug those in, it automatically changed your output. So now it's like trying to get, it automatically changed your input. So what you got to do is hit that user settings, that cog wheel on the corner. If you can hear me, hit the cog wheel next to your username on the bottom left corner of your Discord application. And then go to voice and video under app settings. It's the third menu. Voice and video under app settings. And then fuck around with like the input device to go back to whatever your microphone is, so that I can hear you back, and your output device as well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let's go. Okay, we did it. Hold on one second. I'm gonna show your face as well. Dude,
Okay.
This is two fucking boomers trying to figure this out, you know?
Yeah, no, sorry, this is surely my fault.
No. It's all good. All right. Let me just like fix the camera, realign it and stuff. And then we should be good. Okay.
Okay.
All right. There it is, folks. We have a very special guest. His name is Spencer Ackerman, and he has a book coming out. And I wanted to actually start off. He's a NatSec reporter, I don't know what to say about Magneto acolyte and author of Reign of Terror, but he has a new book that just came out, Reign of Terror. I've been trying to have him on for a while. He also has a Substack called foreverwars.substack.com. And it's a pleasure to have you, Spencer. I've covered a lot of your articles on here in the past, and love your mustache and love your work. And I'm excited to have you to talk about, 9/11, how I wasn't involved in any meaningful capacity. That's why I brought you here.
I'm glad we cleared this up.
Yeah, can we clear the air? You're a NatSec guy. You know this stuff. I was not, right? I have nothing to do with anything that happened.
I think we've, laid this to rest definitively.
Okay, thank you. All right, perfect. All right, so before we get to your book, and before we get to the aftermath, the war on terror, the way that the American government used the fervor that they whipped up to take away civil liberties and change not only the world but America in like really dramatic ways, I have a video of you that I want to play. Now you're not going to be able to see it.
Oh no.
Oh yes. I found this while I was looking at. Wait, fuck. Wait, let me see if I. Oh no, I think you were at Wired at the time.
Is this the one where I get shot?
With the LRAD? Or no, it's not the LRAD. Sorry. Well, you have a bunch of videos.
It's the millimeter wave device. The
heat one. The heat one.
Yeah. This is the one where I get cooked. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Great. Yeah. Post my L's.
I wanna show that. What is it called though? I can't find it now. God damn it. Heat gun? No.
It was. It starts with. It has active in there somewhere. Active.
Oh, active denial. Active denial.
The active denial system. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like entirely euphemistic and creepy.
Here it is. Wait. What the fuck? Wired literally re-released this 5 days ago. Oh no, dude.
Did they really?
Yeah, Danger Room Video Ops. Spencer Ackerman, zapped by pain ray.
Oh man.
Okay, I can't. Okay, chat. Spencer's awesome. You've probably already seen this video before, but I have to show this to you one more time. Also, don't worry, it was 2012, right? That's
Something
why
like that, yeah.
That's why he's dressed and looks the way he does. Okay.
This resulted. So this resulted in me like getting followed by Prodigy from Mobb Deep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's wild. Like CNN had me on to talk about getting shot by this thing. And as I'm like talking to CNN, I say like the thing it's, you know, kind of crazy because, you know, there's no round that you get hit with. There's no outward sensation ahead of just feeling this impressively compacted, intense heat. So as I told CNN, like, it's not like Mobb Deep said, when the slugs penetrate, you feel a burning sensation. You just feel a burning sensation. And Prodigy from Mobb Deep apparently was like watching CNN and was just like, oh shit, this guy just quoted me on CNN. So like, he's followed me. R.I.P. the God Prodigy.
That's awesome. What do you have to say for yourself that many people are saying you look like a young libertarian in this fit?
No, I look terrible. It's you got to wake up like extremely early. This was, I want to say, like that weird season in DC that like starts out bitterly, bitterly cold, and by something like 11 o'clock is at like 75 degrees or something like that. It's no excuse. Like, they're still my clothes. I still chose to look that way.
Yeah, you got the pinstripe suit on. I don't know, but here, all right, let's just play you getting your
yeah, just if you don't like the fit, you're gonna enjoy watching me get shot. So
you are right here. Spencer, for those of you who don't know, is getting zapped by the military's microwave gun. The reason why I talked about this recently is because of the Havana syndrome, which you and I can also talk about as well in a little bit. But here, let's watch this real quick.
Okay. Now, if I didn't know where the active denial system was and that it was going to fire, I would just think this blast of heat was coming from out of nowhere.
So how did it feel? It boils the water particles in your skin, right?
Yeah, so it's not quite a microwave. It's even like more like finely compacted. It's a millimeter wave thing. So I'm not quite cooking. But I guess I am cooking. I'm just like cooking through convection, like very early, like very like superficially on my skin. It feels terrible. It really feels like you're just like an oven has been like forcibly blasted onto a part of your chest. Like you're like,
oh, they can target. Oh, I thought it was like an area, but they can go as small as like target a part of your chest if they want to.
It was basically like, and this thing is like multiple football fields away from me, while like it's being aimed at me. But I recall it coming like the bottom of my chest to like maybe around the top of my neck. And you just hit with extremely intense heat. And you think you're going to like withstand it. You go there expecting to, but it's just like a really intense blast of heat, and you make yourself get out of the way.
Yeah,
and that was supposedly for crowd control outside of military bases if there's a protest. So,
well kind of like
real great thing all around.
Kind of like a LRAD, right? The long-range acoustic device, which was originally created for crowd control purposes,
Yeah, exactly.
and it was just being used or at least experimented on in Iraq, and now you have it in Portland, you know?
Yeah. Inevitably, these things, well, not just inevitably, these things generate their own markets. And when wars, particularly ground elements of wars, start to recede and these things become less useful, less relevant, in those circumstances, they're extremely relevant at home, particularly when you have an entirely different element of the counterterrorism apparatus at the Department of Homeland Security that basically exists to launder public money in the name of spending it on counterterrorism relevant stuff at police departments around the country so they can afford stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, time and time again. My speculation is that this is part of the reason why the Bushmaster or the AR-15 is so popular as a weapon. is because like there was so many in surplus supply in the aftermath of Vietnam that like we had to, or in different versions of that had to be sold somewhere. But maybe I'm wrong about it. I don't know. But that's what I suspect is the reason why AR-15 became like the most popular gun in America. Other than the fact that, you know, it's very easy to shoot. So easy that women and children can do it with ease without any sort of like technical expertise. But anyway.
But not like a Kalashnikov.
What?
But not like a Kalashnikov.
Well, yeah. No, not like a Kalashnikov. What do you mean? Well, but I'm talking about American manufacturers.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, it just isn't. I mean, like, I'm not like a gun guy, but just in terms of having like a cheap and very usable utilitarian firearm, it's still like more complex a machine than
100%. Like no, I was just talking about like why it's so popular in America and why like it was the must-have gun, even so far as like people claiming falsely that it's like great for home defense when it's not. It's a long range, like it's a weapon to shoot multiple targets at once. Long range.
I don't honestly know. I suspect some of the military cosplay is there as well as military utility, but I thought it's also because of how customizable it is.
Yeah, of course, tactical, which means that you can mod it, you can add so many different cool bells and whistles onto it, and that means you can sell more stuff on top of everything else. And because everything, every part of the American identity is like directly tied to whatever you consume, a lot of people have made owning an AR-15 to be their identity. An important part of that, I recognize that I'm currently wearing a hat that has an AR-15 on it. It says Hog Life, but this is a meme.
Okay.
So I just don't, you know, I'm not like a big gun guy. Anyway, all right, so let's talk about it. 9/11. Were you in New York when it happened?
I was across the river in New Jersey at Rutgers University. I was a senior at the time.
Did you see anyone dancing on the rooftops?
No, that didn't happen.
Okay, so that was a lie. Got it.
But that also, among many conspiracy theories that spread early, that was one of them. That was always there. You know, I suspect, you know, when it comes up, Trump is repeating something that he has half remembered from the conspiracy theories of yesteryear that he would definitely have been exposed to in New York. Yeah.
Okay. How did you feel? How did that guide your writing? Because I know you've talked about this in other interviews, so I'm just like stealing from better journalists that have interviewed you already on this to be like, you know, I want you to talk about your personal experience, because I feel like you have admitted that you were whipped up in that frenzy as well.
Yeah, definitely. Which is like one of the, you know, things that I think I'm trying to say with the book is not that like anyone should feel like this isn't me feeling superior to anyone. This is me trying to come to grips with like a very deeply, you know, a very widely spread phenomenon that I was part of as well. That like I immediately felt, you know, fury and anger. New York was my home. I'm a native New Yorker. I felt, you know, on 9/11, like everyone I cared about could die at any moment. And, you know, also, especially from a couple days later when I was able to get back into the city, I saw people from all over the country like drive all night to try and do whatever they could to aid the relief effort at Ground Zero. So there was a spirit of solidarity that was there that got directly manipulated by the Bush administration with the rapid acquiescence of the Democratic Party and an entire, like, really widespread apparatus of justification that turned that into a feeling of national anger, fury, retribution, and revenge. And I had sort of no other, you know, it's not that I didn't have another framework for viewing it. It's that I felt that anger too. And I was being told that this was the proper way to express that anger because the United States was so innocent. And being, a New Yorker and just seeing, just how devastatingly, direct this was to have smelled 9/11, to remember seeing, military vehicles on the streets of Manhattan, checkpoints getting set up, and so on. We could have taken that moment and interpret it as a way of feeling solidarity with people who are victims of frequent U.S. airstrikes and other military and intelligence activity around the globe. And instead, we viewed it as a tool of exceptionalist vengeance because that suited elite interests. I certainly felt along that same kind of conveyor belt. And it took me just way too long to realize that this was a savage and barbaric way of thinking and understanding the world. But it was one that portrayed itself as the only civilized, serious, and mature option. And, at this point, I was working at the New Republic, which was a liberal magazine that was sort of the vanguard of like war on terror bloodthirst. And everyone there in the relevant positions sort of repeated and echoed that. And like this was, again, what passed itself off. The media environment of the post 9/11 era is a psychotic thing, a censorious thing, one that like makes all discussion today of so-called cancel culture like really just, adorable in retrospect. Like there was an extremely narrow band of elite opinion about an exercise in empire and, geopolitical aggression. And all of it was respected.
What was your turning point to start recognizing that, like, okay, maybe our civil liberties are crumbling a little bit?
Well, so like the first doing
wait,
at the New Republic, I was 22
I don't know why.
years
Wait, hold
old,
on. Can you hear me?
Was reporting a story shortly after. Hello?
Oh, sorry. There's a little bit of a delay. I don't know what happened, but like I couldn't hear anything you said. It just like cut off.
Okay. You said like what was the turning point?
Yeah, what was the turning point? Yeah, start from there. There's a little bit of lag.
So the New Republic, like the first thing that they had me do really when I was like a 22-year-old turning 23 was shortly after the invasion of Iraq. Me and an older colleague, John Judas, who I got to learn from, did a story about how like some of the justification, like in particular, the justifications that Saddam Hussein was tied to Al-Qaeda and was trying to like develop actively nuclear weapons were based on manipulated intelligence, like demonstrable lies. So doing that story kind of made me the Iraq person. And like I had built up this insane like lattice of justification for the idea of the Iraq war as something beneficial to human rights because it was getting rid of a dictator. It was just an insane thing to think. And I like became in charge of a blog that the magazine set up to sort of like hold itself accountable on Iraq. So like I was the guy who like every day had to like research and write how like terrible the war was going. And this is at like the very beginning of the war coalescing into a nightmare.
Wait, what year was this?
So by like the spring, by March of 2004, like Iraq was just a charnel house and a nightmare. And like by the summer, I started writing pieces like very like, fearing that I was going to get fired, which would happen like 2 years later.
How many death threats did you get?
How like the U.S. needs to get out of Iraq.
How many death threats did you get for being an un-American commie during that process?
It was like the death threats, like just eventually, like you get used to in a lot of respects. But in this case, it was like from the guy who owns the magazine who was the most pissed at me.
Yeah, that's never good. But yeah, no, you you definitely do get used to it after a while. But yeah, no, I don't know. Does it feel good to be right now? No.
No,
Maybe.
I mean, no, it's just, as a journalist, making sure that the way you approach the world and approach representing what's happening in an enterprise as profound, as destructive, and as encompassing as a global war, you want to make sure that the way you approach telling that story is not through this prism of American exceptionalism that holds that America has the right to set the terms for the rest of the world, which means capital has the right to set the terms for the rest of the world. And the more time you spend reporting on the war on terror, the more you run up against the degree to which only a very narrow band of thinking is considered respectable when considering what to do about the war on terror, those being basically liberal solutions, solutions that take operations of the war on terror as debatable in their wisdom, but sort of never in their justice. Never questioning the right of America to, for instance, set up a global digital surveillance panopticon, things like that. To say nothing of the more lethal applications of global American destruction.
So we can talk a little bit more about how Americans inadvertently suffered as a consequence of the machine of the American state just basically doing round-the-clock surveillance, taking away our civil liberties, setting up the surveillance state, greatly beefing that up, which has been a bipartisan effort. But also in your book, you mentioned Fahim Qureshi and the other side, the victims in Afghanistan and also Pakistan, and how they suffered. You wanna talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you for bringing them up. One of the things that is very conspicuous when you read, the varied accounts, journalistically and otherwise, of the war on terror, is that, particularly when they're told by Americans, they focus on American perspectives. And if there are Iraqi or Pakistani or Afghan or, down the line lives or characters, they kind of exist on the periphery of aiding the American, do the thing the American is there to do. And rarely, certainly not consistently, did we get what the war looked like to the people who merely are forced by American prerogative to, and other prerogatives as well, to endure and seek to survive. And I told the story of Obama's first drone strike, which is a story that has been told before, but not through the eyes of a 13-year-old at the time, Fahim Qureshi, who survived it. Fahim Qureshi was a 13-year-old boy in tribal Pakistan who was kind of on the periphery of a big family celebration on a Friday. One of his older cousins had returned home from a successful overseas business trip, and like everyone was preparing to celebrate. The CIA took that gathering and the enthusiasm apparently of that celebration and interpreted it as a potential terrorist gathering and launched a drone strike. This was the third day of Obama's presidency. And Fahim Qureshi remembered feeling like his body had caught fire. He was in a coma for 40 days. He lost an eye. His body was extremely badly burned, practically on half of his body. And when he came out of his coma, he learned that a lot of his older male relatives had been killed in the strike. And so now he would have to play a major role in earning money for his family and doing kind of whatever sort of work his body could perform. And I asked him, like, what do you think about Barack Obama? And he said, you know, he said, you know, the drone strikes, you know, would occasionally kill some bad people. I don't deny that. But most often they killed people like me. And they did it almost casually. He was basically communicating. And he said, if there's ever a list of tyrants in the world, Barack Obama's name has to be on it because of the drone strikes.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that's a perspective that a lot of us in the media tended to present. And that was an enormous, enormous failure during the ongoing and still war on terror.
How many, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but how many times did Barack Obama apologize for drone strikes? And what was the demographic makeup of the people that he apologized for?
As it happens, I do know off the top of my head.
Oh, well, you know, that was what we call a layup.
Yes. So I appreciate that. The alley-oop was very successful. There is an incident in 2005 when a drone strike on a suspected Islamic State position ends up killing an American and an Italian, two considered, you know, white men, who were being held hostage by the Islamic State. Barack Obama apologized for that drone strike. It's the only time. I can't tell you how often in talking to Yemeni, Pakistani, and other survivors of drone strikes or relatives of people who didn't survive, afterwards that came up. Because the drone war or the drone strikes were operated as official secrets. And so no official acknowledgement outside of, you know, Fahim Qureshi would get like a bag of blood money that was also supposed to work as hush money. And he didn't want that. He wanted the basic dignity of having the person who wrongfully maimed him own up to it, apologize for it, and try outside of throwing him a bag full of cash. Make it right. Like that in your everyday life, you would understand that as kind of the basic minimum of civilized behavior in this circumstance. And only when victims of drone strikes were white did something approaching that happen. And that's not something that people who aren't white in those circumstances forget or not have it be a focus of attention.
Yeah, for the chatters who think he said 2005, he's talking about 2015, by the way.
2015, sorry about that.
Yeah, because everyone, you know, I have a very active chat who loves being like, oh, gotcha, Obama wasn't president back then. Like, yeah, dude, thanks. You got it. Anyway,
sorry,
yeah, he apologized after the drone kills American and Italian held by Al-Qaeda. There was also, of course, Kunduz, the Doctors Without Borders bombing as well, where it was a Doctors Without Borders hospital that was bombed, right? In artillery fire, and in the aftermath of that, I believe every victim got what? How much money did they get? Hold on, let me just like look that up. It was like $6,000 or something. Like, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, the war on terror like creates, by the estimation of the Brown University Costs of War Project and some very conservative analytic estimate, 900 roughly 1,000 people dead. And there's an experience after Vietnam. Sorry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You're cutting in and out a little bit, but right, I'm still here.
Keep going. After Vietnam, the Pentagon takes as a lesson that offering body counts as a measure of Hey, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, offering body counts as a measure
of progress in a war was ultimately going to be a liability as a public relations exercise. And so very early on, the Pentagon refused to acknowledge in any systemic way how many people it had killed in the war on terror. And while that was kind of quickly seen as a reasonable thing for the Pentagon to offer by journalists, because like there's an intuitive logic to how, you know, killing X number of people does not amount to like Y outcome in wars like the ones the United States was in after 9/11. It had the effect, particularly the cumulative effect, of unpersoning hundreds of thousands of people. Ultimately, we will likely learn, you know, never the full extent, but, you know, quite likely in the millions. These are.
Oops. Wait. Okay. Spencer, we lost you. I don't know if you can still hear me. Hold on a moment, chat. We're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties here. I'm going to disconnect and then reconnect to the conversation, hoping that freaking Discord, man, not great for calls, okay? Wait, maybe it's literally my Discord? Hold on one second. I'm going to restart my Discord real quick. Yeah, I don't know why it's like not letting me. Oh, here it is. Can you hear me?
I can. Sorry, did that fully cut out? That fully cut out, right?
Yeah. It's okay.
Sorry.
All right, we're back. We're good.
Okay.
Let me just get back to the desktop here. Turn off the camera. Turn it back on. Okay, and we're back. Okay, perfect. All right. You were talking about. You can hear me, right?
I can. I don't know how much of that you got, or if we should just move on, or what.
We were talking about how offering numbers in the aftermath of like Vietnam, American government figures out very quickly that offering numbers is not great, even though the media finds it to be a reasonable thing or enough. I think that's where we left it. And then it got cut off completely. Okay, I think you're frozen again. Oh no. Hello? Oh no. Chat, stop saying leftist production. It's not my fault. It's just Discord is not great. And also the internet connection is not great. Spencer, you're back, I think. Can you speak? Hello? Oh no.
All right, we got ourselves a disaster.
Okay, I can hear you, but right now I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? I think I might need to change the server or something. Even though the region is automatic, that could be one way to. Maybe let's see if this works. Okay, it definitely didn't work. It made it worse. Yeah, the CIA is not happy with this conversation, dude. You could call them on Discord instead of using a server. Damn, bro, that's such a good idea because I am literally calling him on Discord, man. So how about you, keep your good ideas to yourself. This is quite literally a Discord call. Wait, hold on. Hello? Hello? Wait, okay. I think this might be cooked, boys. Nope. Hello? Spencer, can you hear me?
Can we salvage this? I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Okay, I am just going to, you're not going to be able to see me. Maybe this will help a little bit more.
Okay.
And we'll just have your face on, and then I will turn my camera back on my screen. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's do it that way. I think that's probably better. All right, so where were we?
So I'll end like the point real quick. It's that the military early on in the war on terror, owing to overcorrecting a mistake from Vietnam, decides that it will not release any kind of systemic tally of people dead in the war on terror. And this turns out to be a profound decision that ends up not only allowing for disputes about how many people the war on terror kills, but basically unpersons people after they die. If we don't even know how many people are dead, we certainly don't know even the basics about them, such as their name. And I wanted to make sure in the book that when possible, we could attach names to people and particular experiences, given just how often throughout reporting over the years, I heard from people that basic dignity was not very often extended to them.
Yeah, absolutely. There was, I also want to talk about something that happened in our mass surveillance programs that routinely denied, constitutional rights to Muslims in the mass surveillance and even torture programs that the American government routinely applied to Muslim citizens living on U.S. soil and also abroad by mentioning Adam Hassan. But before we get to that, actually, you know what? Let's talk about that right now because I wanna talk about after that. I want to talk about the comparisons that you make to the FBI program on like white supremacist terror and how like the American government treats white supremacist terror rather in comparison to like Islamist, radical fundamentalist Islamic terror and its treatment. So let's talk about Adam Hassan. If you want to give a little bit of background information on this person.
Adam Hassan is an extraordinary human being who survives. He's a Palestinian. He's a refugee in Lebanon at the beginning of his life. As a young man, he survives the Lebanese Civil War, emigrates to the United States, settles in Miami, gets like computer programming jobs, and like active in his mosque, contributes to a lot of Muslim charitable organizations, particularly for refugees, because, that's his experience. And shortly after 9/11, Congress passes the Patriot Act, which, among other things, makes certain charitable contributions or contributions to what was at the time charitable entities, elements of material support, it's called, to terrorism, illegal, basically a crime. So it criminalizes donations of this kind. Usually that's not applied in retrospect. But what happens is Adam has the unfortunate coincidence of having known a guy named Jose Padilla from around the mosque in Miami. Jose Padilla in 2002 is accused of trying to detonate a dirty bomb in the United States and is held for a long time in military custody, total violation of his constitutional rights. And while the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, what would become the Department of Homeland Security, don't ever admit to this, he was being held because he was an associate of Jose Padilla's. And throughout his time in pretrial detention, it was many, many years, nearly 5 years in pretrial detention, there was pressure put on Adam to become an informant. he consistently refused. The treatment he experienced in prison got worse. And eventually, they found charitable contributions that he made a week after the Patriot Act passed. That played a part in his ultimate indictment alongside Jose Padilla in criminal court. Interesting fact, Trump Cabinet Secretary Alex Acosta was at the time the U.S. prosecutor who prosecuted, the U.S. attorney, the federal prosecutor who prosecuted Adam.
Who else?
Adam was sentenced to 15 years.
Who else did Acosta prosecute? I'm thinking that name sounds really familiar. Who else did Acosta prosecute? And definitely
in Miami.
Yeah, in Miami, and definitely didn't, and definitely was not as aggressive or as draconian in his prosecution. The name escapes me.
Yes, it's hard to remember. Anyway,
Jeffrey
I'm sure
Epstein.
that person, we won't hear from them ever again.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, chat.
Yes,
That's who I'm talking about. That's the guy.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interestingly, Acosta asked the court for a life sentence for Adam, which the judge rejected because the United States could not demonstrate that Adam was in any way materially tied to any act of violence, let alone any victim of any act of violence. But, you know, when you are the co-defendant of Jose Padilla, as he put it, like, I knew I was never going to be acquitted. He becomes a unique figure, a pioneer in the war on terror yet again, when in 2017, after he finishes serving his prison sentence, he expects he would be deported most likely back to Lebanon. Instead, ICE puts him in custody in upstate New York on grounds of suspicion. This ultimately comes from a notorious jailhouse snitch, and this will play an important role in Adam's ultimate freeing. But he is a terrorism suspect, a terrorism risk rather, and so ICE keeps him in detention until they can find a place to deport him to. But since he's a Palestinian and he's a stateless person, Israel certainly isn't going to take him. There's no Palestinian authority in reality that could repatriate him even were it interested. Lebanon is similarly not interested. And then something extraordinary happens, which is a never used section of the Patriot Act, which was very controversial in 2001, that allows for the indefinite detention of non-deportable non-citizens, basically stateless people like Adam. And so for the first time ever, the Justice Department, the Department of Homeland Security during the Trump administration exercised this power and say, you know, we suspect that Adam, who at this point is a man in his late 50s, who's never once been accused at all of connection to any act of violence, is a threat to national security, a terrorism threat. And this leads to a habeas corpus case that lasts for 2 years. The Justice Department is on the verge of losing that case when suddenly they decide that they can find a place for Adam to live in Rwanda as long as he voids the lawsuit instead of kind of forcing it along. So the Justice Department definitively loses this power that it presumes to have in court. Rather than challenge that power, once that power was really seriously up for challenge, they decided it was easier to let him free, which is an ominous thing. Adam Hasan today is exactly what anyone who spent time listening to him would suspect he is. Basically a fun-loving, like, uncle. He sends me a lot of corny videos. He is on TikTok much more than I am, much more than my wife is, much more than anyone, you know, my age and older probably ought to be. And Adam is in that category, but obviously, you know, let the man do what he wants. And I wanted people to see that the war on terror, has this profound, devastating impact on people like Adam Hassan, on tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Adam Hassans, if not millions, when we consider especially how many people are made to be refugees by the war on terror. And very often stories like his aren't told, and certainly not told in that scope.
So I think that's a good segue into talking about our treatment, because you start off the book talking about Timothy McVeigh, and then you tie it back to the treatment, like the far-right paramilitary groups, and how the FBI has, or how our intelligence communities have looked at violence from the far right in comparison to violence from, foreign actors that are somehow different when engaging in acts of terror in the United States. Why did you choose to do that? Why did you start off with Timothy McVeigh?
So I wanted to demonstrate how the war on terror is just structurally a racist thing. And the way you can also go about seeing the war on terror, not only in the fullness of operations, but in its culture and in its implications, not just for human safety, but human freedom, is in looking at who the war on terror is excluding, who is exempt from the war on terror, who the war on terror leaves untouched. And not because their behavior isn't terrorism. By examining the ways in which before 9/11, the most deadly act of terrorism on American soil was committed by a white supremacist, Timothy McVeigh. And I looked at everything that happened in the wake of the Oklahoma City bombing from the perspective of its impact on the broader infrastructure of white supremacist militancy in the United States. And the impact is pretty negligible. People are very concerned about the hammer of the state coming down, but it doesn't come down. It focuses very narrowly, often to the frustration of McVeigh's attorneys, who are trying to say that he is but one cog in this, broader machinery. It focuses very narrowly on McVeigh. The major legislation that's passed afterward, the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996, explicitly excludes white supremacy from its expansions of prosecutorial and law enforcement tools like enhanced surveillance, especially financial surveillance, and the expansion of webs of association that can be criminalized, material support for terrorism.
Because it's considered a violation of the First Amendment, though, right? Technically, they consider white supremacist acts of terror, despite the fact that they are responsible still to this day for the overwhelming majority of acts of terror on U.S. soil, domestic acts of terror. In the aftermath of 9/11, I believe one of the latest, I don't know what the latest estimations are, but I remember a couple of years ago, 75% of the acts of domestic terror on U.S. soil were caused by far-right anti-government extremists, oftentimes people that would comfortably fall under the umbrella of white supremacist terrorists. And that is always considered and always protected under freedom of speech, the constitutionally protected free speech rules. So they've only recently started focusing on white supremacist terror in a different way, I feel like. Right?
And, veterans of FBI counterterrorism, say straight out, and, only with, the benefit of hindsight, that, combating white supremacist terror, investigating it, for the FBI was the lowest priority that FBI counterterrorism had, and had throughout the span of the war on terror, despite, as you say, white supremacist terror being the oldest, most violent, and most rooted terrorism in American history. 9/11 is statistically an exception when looking at the history of terrorism in the United States. And it's that exception that becomes a template that aims the machinery and the politics of counterterrorism everywhere else but that. One of the reasons I start the book also with this, scene at a white supremacist, essentially like religious militia campground, is so I could kind of write a cliche of the war on terror. The reporter, the American reporter, zoologically almost, taking you through this scary place where men with guns talk about God and sanctifying violence for psychotic purposes that you don't quite understand, except I wanted that scene to be about white people, to show, like with McVeigh, what the war on terror excludes, what's never going to be part of the war on terror, what will ultimately not only benefit from that law enforcement exclusion, but will also draw specific political and cultural strength from the war on terror, as well as political opportunity from it.
What I want to ask you now is some of the stuff that's recently happened with how the FBI or our intelligence communities, definitely not CIA, but definitely FBI, in recent years has like kind of become this bastion of liberalism, or at least they're presenting themselves as that, which I find to be rather strange. But they are actively going after white supremacists and far-right anti-government extremists in a nearly identical capacity to how they, coerced or in certain circumstances took advantage of, like, disabled Muslim teenagers and got them to do acts of terror only to immediately intercept that to get a quick dub here and there. And I feel like there's a comparison there. I don't know if it's if I'm wrong to make this comparison with, like, for example, the good old boys over in Michigan, where they were going to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
So, one of the things that you really see as a very distinct difference between post 9/11 surveillance on white supremacists and post 9/11 surveillance on Muslims is that it really was post 9/11 surveillance on Muslims. We are talking about a extensive multi-tiered state, local, federal, particularly in big cities like New York, transformation materially as well as culturally, to be like flush with cash, for treating entire communities' constitutional rights as entirely disposable. Nothing like that is happening or will happen in white communities. Explanations for that are, in one sense, specific and legal. There is no domestic terrorism law of the sort that, like, liberals like Mary McCord want to pass, but also cultural and historic, which is that, the FBI, to be like really blunt about it, sees white people as people and has a very long history of not seeing many other people as people, and a very recent history of that, particularly with not seeing Muslims and Black people as people. What is starting to change is that there is tremendous political pressure to not have another January 6th. And the way that is manifesting itself is with very otherwise familiar tools from the war on terror of law enforcement, surveillance, and pressure. But there isn't the community surveillance, and to be very clear, ought not to be for anyone.
Well, you can't mass surveil all white people in a similar capacity to mass surveilling all Black people. Like, you know, you can put agents in Dearborn, but you're not going to be able to do that in like every town in the United States of America, especially when you're kind of aligned with them ideologically on a lot of issues, you know?
And that latter point really speaks to it, that there are political constituencies that like see themselves as sympathetic, and not only right-wing constituencies. There are powerful right-wing constituencies for the specific people who are engaged in the insurrection. But the point that I'm driving at is that like we are replicating a very serious error of the war on terror, a very fundamental error of the war on terror, in the sense that the January 6th insurrection and the like reactionary movement that is behind it is a political issue in the United States. It's not a security issue. But because it has such a powerful political constituency, it has political allies in extremely powerful places, particularly in Congress, as well as in state houses, the only tools that liberals will allow themselves to confront it are tools of law enforcement, tools of surveillance. And that is, I think, playing with fire as well, particularly given how we, see the normalization of those tools in the war on terror for increasingly, broader and broader sets of circumstances come into play increasingly as part of, as violence becomes, as non-state violence basically becomes a closer adjunct of normal right-wing politics, state violence is becoming more of an adjunct to mainstream liberal politics. And this is a very, very destructive path to be on. And I mention this to point out how the war on terror, both in terms of opportunity and in terms of like technological development and also like material function, all of the money in the war on terror fuels this entire cycle. It makes all of this both worse and more immediate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. Also, white people always are looking for victimhood, especially conservative white people, who already feel like they're being victimized by, historically marginalized communities gaining like a little bit more prominence, regardless of a lack of material restitution. So if you give them like an actual opportunity, if you like genuinely victimize them in any capacity, they will radicalize way faster than a dude in a CIA-backed madrasa in fucking Pakistan.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I just feel like that will beget significantly more violence than we could ever imagine. So, I don't know what the right way to. I mean, I do know what the right approach to these issues are. Obviously, fixing the underlying material problems that every American faces when it comes to dealing with white supremacist terror. But it's certainly not effective when it comes to having a bunch of like assets or having a bunch of CIA agents texting people being like, hey, you want to do some direct action? Like, here's some Tenorite. It'd be pretty sick if you kidnapped the governor, right? Like, that'd be so fire. Like, God, she's such a bitch. Am I right? And then like, all those text messages are going to inevitably come out in court and you're going to be like, well, this case sucks. This is not like a real instance of a genuine white supremacist terror. Even though instances like that will create other people who are ultimately radicalized and will want to do legitimate acts of white supremacist terror, and often do. So many of those cases happened in the Trump administration that we don't even think about, like the El Paso shooting in Walmart.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, many people in this chat probably don't even remember that. They just remembered that when that happened. Where a person in Texas literally drove to the Walmart in El Paso because he wanted to, in his own words, murder as many Mexican people as he possibly could. That happened. We forgot about it.
The worst single act of like deliberate anti-Hispanic violence, I think, of the last 100 years or so in the United States.
Yeah. So you know, things are not looking too great. So where can people find you, Spencer? I'm gonna let you go. I don't want you to, you know, I don't want to take up more of your time, and I want to thank you for coming on. You're brilliant, and I hope that people read your book, they buy it, Reign of Terror, and get a.
No, thank you so much. And sorry for all the technical difficulties.
No, it's not a problem at all.
I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Attackerman, ATTACKERMAN. And most of my journalism for a while is going to be at my Substack newsletter, Forever Wars. Reign of Terror is available now. Thank you so much for having me on to talk about it. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming on. Okay, before you leave, where are we going next? What do you think is on the where do you think the State Department is like refocusing its interests on? Because there's a lot of news coverage now that the CIA is openly talking about how they are reshifting their focus over to China exclusively. So do you feel like that's the next wave? That's the next Cold War?
I think there is a very significant elite bipartisan constituency, particularly driven by like deep anxieties amongst capital for you know, call it whatever you want, but you know, Cold War with China, for a competition, an imperial struggle for both raw and manufactured resources, for markets, and for the geopolitical dominance that goes along with that. But I don't think that will emerge in contradistinction to the war on terror. I think, you know, we are seeing the entrenchment of the war on terror, you know, outside of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, really just become more and more of the firmament, you know, of American foreign policy, unless all of it is abolished. I think that's a very dangerous proposition, that both of these things will continue simultaneously, layered on and accelerating the use of the particularly surveillance mechanisms and detention opportunities and deportation opportunities and technological innovations and so on of the war on terror and potentially the China Cold War to increasingly be used as part of normalized American politics. And that's one of the reasons I think the war on terror is not only a human emergency, it's an emergency for democracy, and it's an emergency, you know, threatening, you know, freedom.
Oh yeah. And we won't be able to get our treats if China, if we keep engaging in like even a trade war with them. So, you know, no PS5s for anybody.
Unbelievable.
And that's the real crime. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Spencer. You can find Spencer Ackerman at Twitter at Attackerman. Mods are already spamming all of your stuff. He has a Substack called Forever Wars. And his latest book is Reign of Terror. Thank you so much for coming on once again.
Hey, thank you so much.
Bye. Okay, folks. Once again, this community showed that it is completely fucking capable of listening to a goddamn conversation that lasts for an hour without the Twitch streamer actively talking to chat. Every time I have wonderful guests on, I literally fucking remember that I run a daycare, and this is not a serious a place where serious conversations can ever occur, and it fucking blows my mind. Anyway, I'm gonna run an ad now, and then we're gonna get back to fucking the Ben Shapiro video and all this other stuff, okay? But holy fuck, you guys are so insufferable, dude. Like, the majority of chat is absolutely insufferable whenever there's like a interview happening. Like, I respect the people who are just like, yeah, fuck this. This is an interview. It's not for me. I don't want to learn anything. I'm here for the fucking memes. I can only learn the stuff if it's directly coming from Hasan's mouth. But my God. Anyway. Just like, fuck, here's the ad, dude.